looking a little bit in the wrong direction there right at the get-go, but he's figured them out now. Getting around his cattle. Slow little walk up there. Never really even left his belly. But good job here, got him moving. Looking in the right direction. Now he just needs to bring up the back end. Just gonna get him stuck through his fetch here. Kind of tucked in just a little bit there, but they're looking in the right direction. I think Ray's off to our right in a good spot to be. Ooh, Gator coming in just a little too far in that inside, and he's get him stopped and maybe just settle him down right here in front of this obstacle. Sometimes just a good time to maybe down them for just a second. See if these guys will hold still like that. Good job just giving those guys a minute to think about what's going on. Start understanding that they need to look in a different direction. Tough part is coming straight into that obstacle. Gator got just a little too far in between them and the opening, and now that's kind of making it a tough situation to come back and try and have them re-look into that opening and load them in there. That volley calf just not necessarily wanting to hang in there for just a few more minutes. That's as you get closer to an obstacle and everything, the pressure kind of gets a little tighter. The dogs feel it, the handlers feel it, and sometimes those cattle just want to get away from that pressure, and that's kind of what we've seen here with a couple of these calves, and their way to get rid of that pressure is to run off to another side of the arena. So Ray choosing here, we kind of talked about what we do when those are separated. Ray kind of choosing to come back and pick up those other two, bring him back to this volley face calf, see if he can get them two together. Sometimes it's beneficial too to just park them right out there for just a minute, let them hang out for just a second, and start them all back over. But it is a timed event. It's a lot easier to talk about wasting time when you're not the one in there letting the time tick against you. There, he's got to the backside of him here. Good job down in that dog right there, letting that calf kind of get away from that pressure. Got him facing in the right direction again. These calves looking for a little bit of an opening to go, trying to find the right way to push through there. If you can kind of keep them this way and keep that dog in contact with them just enough to keep this momentum moving. So the tough part is they know that there was a lot of pressure down on this end last time they were here. And as you see them, they kind of start bubbling around those places where the pressure was the most. Oh, that volley calf looking in the right direction now. Ray's going to have to get behind that pin though. Hopefully that's close to where he is. And watch this backside exit. Good job there. Oh, darn it. One just skating to the inside of that panel. So Ray's going to need to reset these guys. Maybe I seen that wrong. Maybe he did get all of them, but maybe he's just electing to go for partial points. job getting him out to that side. He's going to get number 3 finished up there.
Get out! Come here. Now, Luke, coach. Come here, 5. Lie down.
Kind of the nice part about obstacle 4 is that's where these calves have kind of wanted to be anyway, so should be a nice quick on to number 4. Coming on about 20 seconds left. He's going to try and work him up here and get his pin points. Probably getting a little short on being able to get a pin and a sort. Looks like we're coming up on 6 minutes here, and that's Ray just going to run out of a little bit of time right there, but great job for Ray Temple and C9 Gator. Our main sponsors here, Nutrena, great sponsor there. You'll see their name all over these arenas. They're the main sponsor of this event this year. Big thank you to Nutrena. Here's our 2024 deluxe sponsors. We've got HR Stock Dogs, Flying Fins, Border Collies, Windmill Stock Dogs, SBL Engineering, JB Waterwell. Thank you to those deluxe sponsors. Okay, coming back up here on Nutrena. Again, main sponsor. Make a line of feed for about any animal, any pet that you need to feed. Have a couple of different lines of dog food here that you can jump on there at NutrenaWorld.com/loyal-life and learn a little bit more about those dog foods. Next up in our intermediate True Immune Power Arena, we have Richard Bisnet and Sam all the way from Wilton, California. Richard's got Sam set. Getting ready to call for his cattle. They came out. Looks like these cattle are all setting themselves as they kind of come out of that gate into the arena. They're kind of drifting off to our left. But they're doing a pretty nice deal of just coming out and holding up for a minute, long enough for the dogs to pick them up. See if Richard can get them through this. First obstacle is the fetch here. The main key here is keeping your dogs in contact with those cattle and shaping them from one obstacle to the next. If those dogs will kind of stay in contact with those cattle so they know where he's at and moving them, makes it a little nicer for them to keep in the right direction, to kind of stay together and keep that momentum going. Once you get those cattle moving and that momentum going, you don't want to lose that. That's these cattle kind of holding up just inside right here. They're going to work their way around the edge, towards the edge of that fetch. This dog flanking just outside. Some of them, you got to understand how your dog handles panels themselves. Some dogs will go underneath panels, some dogs go around panels, some, depending on where that panel is, will flank wider or shorter. And these cattle just found a soft spot right here where Sam is flanking around the corner of these panels and not really being able to get the pressure in the right spot to be able to get them off that gate. Richard might just have to push these guys off to the side and then regather them and start bringing them. Time still, county's sitting at about 2:20-ish right at the moment. You can just get them kind of out of this little bubble that they found they can sit in, to where, there we go. Now Sam can kind of flank around there. And start moving these cattle off of that panel to where he can actually flank and move where he needs to be instead of having to go around those panels every time. Just needing to apply a little bit of a pressure right there. Good job, Sam, causing a little bit of some pressure there so that he can move those cattle off. Now that he's got them moving, he kind of wants to keep them moving. It would really help out as far as his time goes in that if he can just keep those feet moving. In this situation, I don't know that it necessarily matters in what direction. If he can just keep them moving and then try and just shape that movement of where these cattle are going into the right spot. Cattle turn around and facing him and just holding up, and Richard is hanging out there to the right, blocking that hole, letting Sam start bringing those to him. Just needing him to get him over to this right. Richard's going to come out and kind of help him move them a little bit. There we go, now they're stepping off. Got one wanting to leave. Sam doing a good job staying out in front and bringing him back to him. Again, this pressure always starts building as it gets tighter and tighter there. And whether it's the dog or Richard or a panel or an opening, it all starts applying more pressure the tighter it gets. got Richard trying a little newer strategy here. He's off to our left. And he's going to let Sam guard off to our right. Kind of switching spots. He's going to need to send Sam really quick, though. Need to come by out of him right there. Looks like we're going to call on that one and go to a new training commercial here. Boost your pet's immune strength. Learn more at nutrientworld.com/Laurel-Life. Not Laurel, Loyal-Life. All right, we got Shane Ellenwood and Ike coming from Banner, Wyoming. Ike is off on an away command. He's got them picked up a little bit right here, sending this last one forward. Got them moving along really nicely. They're all together, moving at a good pace. See if he can keep this momentum up and going. Oh, he's off to the right a little bit, needs an away. There we go. These cattle kind of coming through and they're kind of dying on their momentum right here as they go through this fetch. Need to keep up with that and keep them moving past that. Good job. You see this dog staying in and where he should be. I mean, he's keeping in contact. The cattle know where he's at. He's not having to down a lot away from the cattle. He's staying right there, keeping that momentum going. Away a little bit.
Full points 270.
Just kind of balling up here just a little bit. Got one looking the right way. The big thing is not offending these other ones that are out and away from that a little bit. he's going to want to get Ike around to the backside of this. And they're looking good right there. So now, a lot of times coming out of here, these cattle want to take off a little faster. These guys holding up here. And he's getting a little wide to the right. Getting him shaped up here. A little wide, it looks like to me, coming in on this flare to the number 3 obstacle. Again, this number 3, the small hole to the very back is no points. We're needing him to go where that number 3 sign is, that wing off to the right hand side. And he's going to send them out and around, cover that hole. There we go. Oh, get him back off there and away. There we go, hold him up right there. Then he's going to call him through, continue him through on that away command. Nice job there for Shane. And now 4, if he can just keep them long enough down the arena. Come around the triangle there. And then that dog just needs to bring him to him again and put him in this pen. Got a really nice run going right here. 3 minutes coming into through our 4th obstacle. These calves kind of holding up just a little bit right here and kind of going back to the middle of the arena. This is a tough spot when they get to those corners of the panels. We've seen earlier they can, depending on what that dog does, some will go under, some won't. Some are going to flank inside that panel. Some are going to go around the panel. And so these cattle, if every time this dog flanks around it, they have a little bit of a bubble right there. See, you're right there where they're standing. There we go. He's going to flank back around that. So if you can keep that dog right there and get that off to the left, there we go. And now he's got him moving down the arena. Ike does a really good job. Once they get out into the open space of the arena, he does a good job of staying right there with them, rating those cattle, and keeping them moving. So the pen point, the line for the pen point is clear back there by that number 5. It goes from the end of the wing over to the right to the end of that wing. So as soon as they cross that line, then Shane can step in there. We need one sorted to the right gate, and that has to happen first. And then you can sort the other 2 to the left gate. So right here, Shane coming up with about a minute left. You kind of got to do this right the first time because there's probably not going to be enough room or enough time to go back and try this again. Now, this is a good thing. Shane's going to want to kind of hustle this up just a little bit because that calf outside this pen is going to drag them back out. Ah, darn it, that's a little tough luck right there. That calf drifted down there, and Ike was doing like we teach him to do when we start them together and bring everything together, and he decided he was going to go pick up that one and left the other couple in the pen. So Shane is going to have to lock all of his gates again, and he's going to send Ike down there trying to pick up these guys and seeing if he can get them there. I think he's going to run out of time before he can get that done. But great job for Shane and Ike. Here's our 24 champion buckle sponsors. We got Sheer Bliss, Wayman Stock Dogs, West Coast Stock Dogs, Morrow Enterprises, JB Waterwell, Red Baron Drive-In, Alpine Animal Clinic, Creeper, Border Collies. Thank you to those sponsors, those champion buckle sponsors. You can see those later on this week as we get into those championship rounds. We'll start seeing who those buckles belong to. Got Stockton White and Rose through his fetch here. Stockton's running, I think he told me 3 dogs. This is one of his first one of his 3. He's got Rose, Bug, and Hawk. There we go, Stockton getting them shaped up. This black calf is looking in the right direction. Hopefully he can pull all these others. Oh, great deal. If he can keep these guys apart. Now he's a little mixed here, so he's going to reload all of them. But one of the things here is if he can let these cattle know that there's an opening here instead of getting them stuffed up at the front of this. Oh, dang it. That's the other bad part about that, though, is that they know exactly where all these openings are now. And they just start looking for those openings. So Stockton going to go over into the middle of the arena here. He's going to get in a little bit different spot than he was. Going to send these guys out, and then he's going to flank Rose around on an away. This black calf going off here a little bit. He'll get them all put back together and send Rose on a come by. Pick up these other 2. It's always interesting in walking out and doing the handler meeting and seeing the course and everything else. You kind of think about which ones might be your most difficult obstacles. 2 was not one that I thought was going to be the most difficult, but it is sure made some issues today. Now he's going to send Rose around there and let her cover that. Stockton's got it done now, picked up his points. Watch this to the inside of the arena. Got Rose out there. Those calves getting out there in this wide open spot and wanting to go for a run, but good job for Rose right there. She just kind of holds the line. She doesn't put pressure in on him. Just holds the line and says, hey, start looking the other way. So he's working him down here to the end of this number 3 obstacle. That black calf holding up just a little bit. Rose is going to have to go back and get him. Got a little bit of mix of steers and heifers in here, so. Here, now he's going to get these guys, make sure that last one there, and he's going to send her to a come by right here and out that. And nice job. This calf is going to take off in the right direction right here, though. Yeah, about as good a direction as she could have came out on that. That's exactly where he wanted her to go. But that sometimes on that flank coming around like that, it will draw that calf and keep him flat instead of spinning him around. And that's what I did, is held that calf out there, and he was headed off to the very far corner where we needed him to be anyway. Rose has got them all collected up though. This one thinking it's still wanting to stay down there. Really tough to see that black calf against the black tarp on the outside of the arena. All right, he's got them put back together here though. 4:30 on the time. This is a pretty nice time, but we are coming up on the spot where it's pretty important to get this pen and then get this sort all in one motion. You don't want to, he's kind of lacking time to be able to do this twice. So he's got them in. Again, the pen is actually at the back of those wings. So one out to our right, needs one to go through. He's going to kind of work back. That one black calf would be nice to get out of there, because he is really looking to want to go out the back of that. The one downside issue of this is if that calf comes out, might want to run down to the other end of the arena. If it could be nice enough that it would stay down here on this end, that would sure help Stockton's run out. So coming up on about 30 seconds to get this done. And that yellow calf is going to run out the back, but Stockton's now, he's got to shut this gate before he brings it back in. And if he can get right here, put some pressure on that calf, and they can see that gate open. Sometimes the draw of that gate opening, they're looking for those things. He just ran out of time though. Nice job for Stockton and Rose. Next up, we got Wayne Hunter and his dog Major. Major is looking like, to me, he might be Hanging Tree. Pretty sure on that one. Another breed represented here at the finals. Major getting down to the end, picking these cattle up. He getting a little wide right here, but he decided to send Major out on a come by command. So come by is a clockwise direction, away is a counterclockwise. And Major still on that come by command. And he can stop him right there. Good job. Off to and away. Major just getting a little too far on that flank. He's coming a little too far around and getting right there in between the cattle and the obstacle. That's just over flanking on those commands just a little ways, and taking the direction a little too far for those cattle. ground here on these flanks. And that you don't realize how much ground they're traveling, but you sure can take the wind out of them pretty quick when they start making long flanks like that. And these dogs in really, really good condition, but just with the speed and the energy that they go with, it uses up some of that stamina fairly fast. But Major's still moving, still going. Nothing anything that way, but it just long flanks aren't necessarily always helpful for the life of the run here. He's out on the way command. He's needs to get out and in front of those cattle. The hard part is when he gets out there in front of those cattle, he flanks just a little too far, takes him too far in the wrong direction. He's going to give him a come by. Kind of needs to hustle that one up. There we go. Down him, now and away. Just getting a little too far. Getting a little too far out on each flank. Just going to want to send him on a C command and stop him short here. But these cattle walking in the right direction here.
After Jeff and Tesla run, we need to take a 20-minute break to roll cattle. So we're going to run James and Glenn and Jeff.
There we go. Needs to send him off on a come by. About 10 seconds left here. Gonna run out of time right there. Great job, Wayne Hunter and Major. All right, next one we got up here is Allie Thusen and her dog Walter, coming from St. Anthony, Idaho. Allie is also one of them that is setting stock for us here today too. Walter is off and on his way. Walter getting him picked up and heading him towards the fetch here.
Nice run for Jaden Butler and Glenn, 270 points, time of 2.
There we go, got him faced in the right direction, moving him out. She's gonna need to get over there just a little bit.
Take a 20-minute break for the cattle to reload.
Here we go.
We'll have Kevin, Libby, and Newt, Abby,
Got a little bit of a wing on those panels out there too that she can kind of bounce them off of, but right through the middle of the fetch here, kind of headed off to our right. But Walter is out there and moving them. She actually has a really nice setup right here coming into number 2. This one just getting a little wide right there, but Walter covering it really well. Allie's in her spot. If he can flank around here.
I think that 249 is our new leader.
There we go, Allie, and she's gonna watch Walter around to that side. These guys just not quite seeing the vision to go through this opening right here. It's been a little tricky all day long so far. Just trying to get them in this obstacle. There's she. These guys getting just a little ways away from her here now. Walter's gonna go pick up this calf and put them together and bring them back down to her. Notice there Walter climbing underneath those panels instead of flanking around them. I think Allie's going to try a little bit of a different situation here. She's off to our right. She's going to watch that side and let Walter cover our left-hand side. These guys getting spread out just a little bit makes it really difficult to manage. We've seen it a couple of times when these cattle spread out, trying to cover from one side to the other and make sure that everything is going in the right direction is really difficult at that point. It's going to be kind of a tough issue too with first time we've kind of seen a possibility of it, but having a closed end pen like that, if you end up sticking something inside that pen, sometimes it's a little bit of a challenge to get them back out of the pen. But Allie's saving it from there, getting Walter over there and keeping him from filling all the way into that pen. These cattle, the hard part is they didn't find their way out. They didn't go through the obstacle. So to them, this is just a dead end sending, and really hard to try and pressure calves into a dead end spot. If they can just filter up far enough to be able to start seeing that opening and see that it isn't closed to them. There. In some small situation, that actually might have been a better thing for him to come through right there and seeing that there was an actual opening. Maybe going through this thing backwards first might be the better option. These calves taking off to the other end here. Walter's going to go gather them back up and bring them back down. But again, to those calves right here, just seeming like this is totally dead end. All they're doing is just coming down here and having a high pressure situation, and that's why they're trying to break a little bit more, and they're starting to roll out of there quicker. But Walter doing a good job, the best he can, holding this thing together. He's getting out and around things when they're breaking on him and not letting him get too far gone. See, they're getting a little spread out here. Walter's going to have to go and cover, and then these other two think that they might be able to take off. And just becomes a really tough situation to manage when you get out here like this. But Allie doing a good job keeping these guys calm and quiet. Walter doing the same thing, at least not stirring them up to the point of getting them too far out of here and just having to chase them along the back end of this arena. They're hanging in here, they just don't know exactly where they're going to go, but Allie's running out of time real quick, coming up with about 10 seconds left. And it looks like she is going to have a time there. Great job, Allie and Walter. back with Barbara Rowland and RKB Lacey. Coming into her number 2 obstacle. She's coming from Penn Valley, California. And there we go, going through. Making that number 2 look pretty nice and easy there. These guys are going to get a little trotty heading off here, just a little wide into the middle of the arena. Doing a good job getting out in front of them, bringing them back. These cattle are moving really nice right here, 242, not getting stuck on anything. There she goes, she's gonna give them a come by, and before they get out that end, getting a little too far ahead of her. She's gonna have to scoop these guys back up. She's gonna scoop them up, bring them back, and retry this obstacle here. Or maybe she's going to take 2 is the other option she has. Looks like that's what she's doing there. So she's around 4, headed down towards her pen and sort. Looks like she's sitting somewhere about a 4:15 right at the minute. This black one's getting a little bit off here by himself. Back together now and headed towards this pen. Looks like she's coming up here close on right at about 5 minutes. Really close to getting in this pen. And it looks like she's got them in there now, so she can pop her gate. Out to the right. These ways to our right as we're facing it. Oh, one's looking back that direction. Lacey covering it nicely though. She just needs one to step up there. Great job for Barbara. And now big thing is oh, she didn't get that gate latched. Just got to go back and latch that. Oh, she's gonna have to reset again. Looks like she just ran out of time though. Great job for Barbara Rowland and RKB Lacey. Next up, we've got Carol Gherkin and Dallas coming from Payette, Idaho. Carol's calling for her cattle. Sends her dog off on an away command. Get them out and around. She's headed towards Fett, getting a little wide to the right, but she's got him back around there. Good job bringing him through the fetch. I believe, if I can see this right, this is another Australian Shepherd here. Bring them around, heading them towards that right side opening of obstacle number 2. And she is in there. This one headed to the back. She's going to get Dallas around there. Ooh, they're headed out the other way. Carol's going to come block it and send Dallas back. And looks like she's going to have them almost through, waiting on these last 2. There we go. Getting a little long down the arena there. Not sure if she asked for a come-by command on that one or not, but he came in on a come-by, getting them scooped up. Just trying to get them turned around and then start facing back towards number 3 that's off to our left. Just see the edge of that panel right there. She's got them facing in a good direction now, heading them back to the edge of the arena. Needs to get Dallas right there. He's going to follow up the side. See, she can either send him on a come-by command right here. Oh, he kind of got caught in between there, darn it. So she's going to pick up partial points right there. I think she's going to bring him back around. All of them needed to go through that wing that goes off to the right. She had 2 of them through there. Just that one getting a little too far out and ahead of her.
Get off of there! Go by! Go by! Go by! Go by! Go by! Stop, Dallas! Stop!
She's going to bring him and track him along the edge of this arena. Carol is out kind of forward and to our right. And she's just going to let Dallas just bring him along the side of the arena right there. It's a good idea. She's going to have to watch a little bit to the inside, maybe. This flank is, now they're coming off the other side of the arena, so she can probably go either or. Now they're going middle, so an away command would be great. Trying to get Dallas to hustle up around there. We got just a little too far out and ahead of that obstacle, so gonna come back through. This is kind of a nice spot right here. If she can flank on a come by, get Dallas to flank around, catch them right here, and she can kind of roll them back and then give another come by command right here. If he will hustle across there, good job there. And now they're, he got a little too far out there and shaped him back this way, but Carol's getting back on this side. She's calling back to him to get on this side closest to her. Drive him right here, drive him straight down the arena. On this number 4 obstacle, she can actually just drive them down. Dallas getting a little too far in front of there. She needs to bring you back without bringing the cows with him. There we go. Now finish driving him down. So now she can do this a couple of ways. She can either turn him here and bring him out to the left, or she can do like she did here, put him past that daylight line and the point line, and then now she needs to turn them around and take them back that same direction she just came from. She's coming up about 30 seconds left. She's going to want to kind of hustle up a little bit. They should get her points right here for 4. Great job. And then just keep right on bringing them down along that. Looks like they're going to hold up just a little bit. Probably going to be just a little bit short on time trying to get them pinned. And she's going to time out, finishing her 4th obstacle there. Great job for Carol, Gerken, and Dallas. Here we've got our reserve champion buckle sponsors for 2024. We've got Rising W Kelpies, Spade B Stock Dogs, SLV Stock Dogs, Hurleman Stock Dogs, Morrow Enterprises, and Got Dog. Thank you to those sponsors for the reserve champion buckles. Next we've got up is Craig Balls and ROW Ricky. He's coming from Hyde Park, Utah. Craig's all set up, calls for his cattle, sends Ricky off on an away command. His cattle drifting off to the right here. He needs to get Ricky around there fairly quick, just to save a little bit of time and effort on bringing him back across the arena. Ricky's got him gathered up and pointing down the arena. Needs to kind of flank a little bit of way over here. Start pushing him towards the center. But looking like they're on a nice line. This Bally calf is going to try and screech out, it looks like. Craig getting that picked up. There we go, looking nice for this fetch to get points on. Wanting to drift again back to this left-hand side. Craig getting them picked up. them on the move again, heading. They're kind of still staying to the left here a little bit more. Ricky having to stay over that direction pretty much the whole way down through the fetch and everything else. Get that calf turned back in here. Ricky's pretty darn fast at getting around that flank and where she needs to be. And that's being able to cover that really nice as they go around. He's going to send her, let her cover this backside as well. They're getting a little close there though. Craig needs to, good job. Not really being able to see where Ricky is along that edge. Now protect off here to the inside, but this is the way these cattle have kind of wanted to drift the whole time. They really wanted to be out this direction, so out on a nice line. And if they'll kind of stay in that direction here, Craig's probably just going to leave her here and give her a come by command. There he goes. Turn them right around through that. Now if he'll give an away command here and start setting them up for that number 4 obstacle. Them staying on a nice line right there. He didn't even need to give that away command until that point right there. So Craig's got a really nice run going along here. About 3.5 minutes into it. And he's looking really nice going into number 4. Up there and in contact with these guys, or else they're going to start slowing down like that. Ricky can stay up there and just rate these cattle coming down along. She'll really pick up some time for him here. You guys kind of feel this little bit of the pressure creeping up on him where he's trying to push him here. They're just kind of waiting just a little bit. Good job just keeping everything contained, keeping them where they should be. They do have some forward momentum, so hopefully you can keep that going right here and put them straight in. Good job. Now these guys are penned. Craig can walk over here. And if he can kind of get their attention and open that gate, that red calf, seeing that gate come open. Just get one of these calves to step up in there. Kind of a little bit of a dead spot right here in this pen. He's going to have to get Ricky in there kind of close. Then Craig's going to have to watch this gate too. Craig's going to have to go back and shut his gate though here before he repens them. Red-bodied calf just kind of trailing off to the back of the arena. Craig's coming back out here to start getting these guys put back together. Looks like he's going to run out of time right about now. And good job. Nice try for Craig Balls and ROW Ricky. All right, DJ's about 50 seconds into his run here. This is DJ Anderson and SD Grace from Amalga, Utah. DJ through the fetch. Guy's holding up again, just about normal like we've been watching. A little bit of pressure from Grace there to turn them the other direction. But got movement in these cattle, not too much to where he's losing them. And he's working them towards this number 2. They look like they're looking in there a little bit. That Brockle face calf had looked in that pen. Now he's going to send her around and let her guard this gate. Great job there for DJ now through his third obstacle here. Got a pretty nice little time going on here. And Grace hustling him up, coming to number 4. This is a spot where you can really gain some time too and get a little bit of momentum to kind of push them into that pen. Then hopefully they will settle down once they get into that pen. If you decide to hustle them.
Ah, there it is. It's working.
He's coming up on right at about 4 minutes, getting ready to go into his pen. We've seen a few get here about this time right here, and it kind of comes down to you got to do it right the first time type situation. He's got him penned. DJ kicks his gate open. I think that one calf's seen it, but he's not really headed that way to it.
So what is the sort on this one?
So the sort is 1 out this right hand side is what DJ is waiting on. 1 to come out here, and then 2 out the left.
Okay.
Oh, and that, she's just not wanting to step up right there, not wanting to come out that gate. And neither is this Brockle face calf either. DJ doing a little hopping and flapping his arms. Now again, also, you cannot extend yourself into the obstacle with your arms and your legs. So this is kind of a tough situation right here. Grace is up there really tight and close. He's going to need to get her back off there, but this problem right here comes. These calves roll back around. They see those other 2 going. Nice decision there from DJ.
Oh, and one is going to sneak out.
Oh, he's going to have to reload.
That was a good try, though.
It was a very nice
smart
try. He had a good idea getting back there, helping that out, because he's seen that cow sneaking back to the end of the arena. And the rough part is right here, is that now you've got 30 seconds to try and come down here and make this sort. And you always hope that maybe he can get it done, but I don't know that leaves him enough time. 10 seconds left here. I think TJ's going to run out of a little bit of time before he gets them back in here and to get them sorted. But great job. Nice try. Almost had it. Another one of our sponsors and a stock dog auction that is going on. We got the summer auction June 20th through the 22nd, 2024. This is with ApexRanchLegends.com. Go visit that website. You can look at all the dogs that are listed, getting ready for that sale. Next up, we've got Elliot Roberts and Allie.
He's also one of our commentators this week.
Yep. He should be up here shortly after he gets done running his dog and doing what he needs to do. And you'll get to hear from all the great commentary of Elliot Roberts' perspective.
I'm gonna say I sure enjoy visiting with him and getting to listen to him.
Yep, pretty darn good guy. Him and his wife, Kathy. In fact, actually, Kathy just made me a leash because I forgot mine at home.
Oh.
And
Steve and I were just talking about that. His boy Sam went into the sheep with a twine string, and I said that's the best leashes because you can never find the good ones.
that's right. And I do have twine on the back of the truck, but I do not have to use it. I get a nice teal one. I believe she's selling some of those up here. If you're a handler, she said she's giving them away. She just gave me mine because I was a handler, but she's selling the others.
Yeah, so a great start to the week. We have the sheep going on in the True Moon Power Arena, the novice sheep. I believe
True Mune.
Mune. Is that how you say it?
Not a moon.
Mune.
True Mune.
Oh,
like
anyway.
the immune system.
Okay, so they have novice sheep going on now, and then they'll jump right into the nursery sheep, round one down there. Already some fast times posting down there with the sheep. It was fun to watch.
Oh, Elliot, he's sneaking out the back right
Yeah.
here. So this dog, Allie, I believe a couple years ago she was either reserve or
Oh, that's
dog
right.
of the year, either the dog of the year or reserve dog of the year. I can't remember which one it was. Elliot's done a really good job with her. Not very big, but she packs a lot with her.
She does. So yeah, we have the sheep going on down in the Power Arena. We have the intermediate cattle going in the True Arena. And then also in the Loyal Life Arena, we have the Open Cattle round one going.
Elliot finishing his number 2 obstacle right there, doing a nice job on it.
It's a good set of cattle. They're just moving. They're giving to the
Yep.
pressure well.
Allie's doing a good job handling them.
I love watching Allie run. She's a good dog to watch. All of them are fun to watch though. So nice.
And he's setting them up just perfect right here, and they're going to start that nice angle across there. And Allie's a little bit on that backside. Elliot needs to get her there. She goes back to this side on his side of those cattle so that she didn't bring him too far down the arena. It looks like he's got him going in 235. Elliot is cooking it right along on this course right here.
So plenty of time.
I wouldn't say plenty. This sort is tough.
Yeah.
There's more time, is how I would qualify it. He's got more time than some others have had, and if he can in the pen, working on again, it's one out to the right hand side and two out to the left. This calf is looking good right now. Now here's the tough part about this. Hopefully he doesn't drag the rest of those cattle with them. Elliot can sneak over here and pop this gate open, and then he'll walk to the end. Elliot looks like he's going to get this thing buttoned up. Great job, Elliot. Nice job. Time will stop at a 4:16-ish, maybe a 4:15-ish, or 4:18, whichever one. But great job, Elliot. Nice run. All right, next up is Jason Smith and his dog, MISR Stetson, coming from Grace, Idaho. If you guys have never met Jason, he is one of the orneriest people, meanest that I'm just kidding. Jason's probably the nicest guy I've ever seen in my life. And he has got Stetson off, walking him down just a little bit straight here, but he is going to get around him. And Stetson has got him lined out here, bringing him down. He's going to have to watch him to this outside, like that. Perfect job right through the fetch. Now, if he can keep these guys moving, a lot of times these cattle are dying right here. Stetson doing a good job moving them up right there. Yeah, they're a great job just not letting those cattle just stop and die and not move their feet as they come through that fetch. Jason's got himself blocked off here to the right. Excuse me. He's going to have to watch this, though. I think Jason's going to block this himself. Oh, he might be late. Oh, a little bit late there. Jason was not high-stepping it like Jason should have been high-stepping it there. But the cattle came through here nice and calm. didn't turn out to be a huge pressure situation like sometimes it is. And so they might be fairly easy to cycle around and load. Or look in the right direction here again. There we go. He's going to try it all again. Jason, better hustle there. Good job. Gets that all covered in. Now he's going to watch to the inside. He's an away command. There. Nice job, Stetson. And that calf just barely made it around that panel, which is perfect. Come by here. Catch him to go through that wing. He's not going to want to let him go too far because it brings it back to him, but he's going to get him off this side. On the way, there we go. Great job. And kind of letting him get away a little to the left here. But usually isn't too big of a deal right here because these cattle will want to stay on that back fence, or have done most of this day. There we go, and he is through number 4. I think he's just a touch behind our last run, Elliot's pace. Not much, but just a touch. If he can hustle them down along here. These guys just hanging up right here just a little bit. Jason's flanking them back and forth a little bit, trying to get some movement out of these guys. And Stetson, I believe, is a dog that's going to flank and go around those panels instead of underneath them. There he goes. Asking for a little bit of pressure there. Now if he can get these guys just to line out. Oh, he's had great momentum up until this point, and then they've just kind of died out on him right here. If he can keep Stetson moving into him there, keep him in contact, keep these cattle's feet moving. That will be the key to getting them down here. We're creeping up on 4 minutes or past 4 minutes. Stetson's going to put these guys back together here. Having a little strung out right here. Put them back together, facing them towards the pen. Still got plenty of time to get this done. It's not. Oh, Stetson taking a little bit of a wrong command there. He was asking for a come by and he took it away. Jason's going to reset himself. He's going to come out on this side, kind of help guard this side with Stetson. Just kind of really holding themselves up right here. There is an opening to that right-hand side of this obstacle too, though, so he's going to ever so slightly creep Stetson over into it. And it looks like he's going to get his pen loaded. He's got about, by the time he gets up to this gate, he's going to have roughly about 20 seconds to get this all done. Jason needs to put his high stepping on. Oh, his gate didn't come open. This is going to be a little tight, I think he's going to time out right here. Not quite done. Darn it, nice job. Everything looking great until he needed to come down that side, but a good job for Jason Smith and MISR Stetson. All right, next up is Stockton White and MISR Hawk. Hawk is off on an away command. Oh. There we go. Hawk holding up there just a little bit to listen and get that away command. He's going to have to keep him off balance right there. Hawk is also, I believe, he was a futurity dog last year, if I remember right. And I think Hawk did quite well in the futurity and in the nursery. So Hawk, just being a young dog, but doing a great job right here. Now again, good job keeping these cattle moving as they came through that fetch. That's a lot of times these guys are just wanting to die out as soon as they get through that fetch. This white calf might be a really nice one for, these guys just getting a little bit out, but again, not really making this too big of a deal. Stockton's just going to switch sides and put Hawk on the other side of him to our right. And then they're just going to do this all again and let Hawk check this side right here. And he's off with his number 2. Hawk heading out on a come by, but Stockton getting him stopped and bringing him back around. This one black calf just coming in, so no big deal here. He's just going to bring him back with these other 2. And he's just got to clear, kind of died out on him right there. He's got to bring these guys all the way out. And then I'm pretty sure, I think I just heard that he was clear. So now he can go back in there. There he goes. Oh. There, he's going to get Hawk back to him. Oh. Darn it. A little tough luck on that one. That white calf getting messed up in the middle of it and finding its way out the back.
Good job, thank you, Barry and Yogi. That was full points, 270, and a time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds.
All right, so he's getting them close to back here. Again, he's going to have to clear them out of obstacle number 3. That one calf just hanging up right there just a little bit. But Stockton getting out there and stopping these guys. And even though all the movement around and the little bit on this, hopefully he can get up there. Nice job, Hawk. Getting there just in time. Stockton's going to call him back on this away command. And Hawk's going to shape them up to hit that just barely. Great job. Now all he's got to do is just let Hawk bring him down the way to him, put him in this pen. Again, the way this pen is shaping up for most people, about by the time you get to it, you just have to do it right. There's not enough time to reload and try this sort again. So kind of wanting to make sure you kind of get this one done right. Oh, Hawk getting just a little bit in front. He didn't see that calf there. There, hopefully. Oh, just a little too wide. Oh, he needs to get him. There he goes. Oh. Hawk's just holding him right here in this. There we go. All right, so Stockton's got right at about 1 minute and 15 seconds to get this done. Those cows looking this way, though. Sometimes this is really nice to have a leader like this white calf. Now, if he will stay down here, this will sure help Stockton out a bunch. And also, this did remind me, you can run. Nice job, Stockton. Way to go. Great job, nice run. About a 5:12. All right, next up is Mike Bartlett and Cruella C7. It's a dog that Mike raised. Mike was late for his handler meeting earlier, but not late for his turn in the round. So he is off and called for his cattle. And Cruella is off and on an away command. These cattle drifting off to the left here. He needs to flank her a little further away on that away command. These guys getting a little far away from each other right out of the get-go. Wanting an away command right here. There, just keep pulling these guys back together. Taking a little bit of time here, just getting these guys facing the right direction to get them to start moving off. Really wanting to go off there to our left for whatever draw is there. There he goes. Just needs to keep walking these guys up. Now they're kind of splitting up here just a little bit. The red Bally's headed off to the right now, and Cruella's got to hustle up just a little bit. These guys just holding themselves apart a little bit right here. Cruella's holding them, I mean, fairly decent. They're just not wanting to stay together once she kind of gets them put together. Everything starting to get them shaped together a little bit better. There we go. Now we got a little bit of movement this way. Gonna have to watch that away side again. Still away, 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 away. Oh, she came back. So Cruella's just wanting to try and balance herself right there. She's going to bring him. She just doesn't know she needs to bring him through that spot right there, but did a good job. She finally broke off and held it there long enough. Now if Mike can keep these guys moving right here. This is a prime spot for these cattle to just want to kind of hold up and just sit in the middle of the arena and not go anywhere. I believe Mike's got a few dogs in here, so this shouldn't be the only time we see him here, but got him looking towards this number 2 obstacle. There we go, looking nice. He's gonna have to hustle her around. Not sure, I think Mike is off to our right. And she nice and calmly works inside that pen and puts him out. Now these guys are gonna probably hustle down here, but that Hereford calf is doing it all. That Hereford calf, best one out there. Gotta love the red and white hide. Steve White says when he brings this load of cattle, he always loves to see the best Hereford cattle out there. He says they're way better than the blacks, so I guess I have to agree with him. And Mike doing a nice job through number 3. If he can hustle these guys along, he's coming up with about 30 seconds left, about 35. If he can just keep them going in that same line, he can get his number 4. He's getting a little short. I don't know if he's going to get him down there and get him pinned. He's going to be really close whether he gets this number 4 or they're kind of slowing down a little bit. Cruella getting a little bit too far on that back side, but not going to matter too much right here. And that is really close. He should have those. Yeah, should have them. And that's going to be a timeout for Mike. Great job working on those. Cruella, nice, slow, calm cattle. Just didn't quite have enough time to get it all finished.
Can you hear me now? Okay. Have to start this all over. All over. Well, good morning, America. This is Elliot Roberts. We're here in beautiful Afton, Wyoming at the Mountain State Stock Dog Association Finals. We're looking right now at Ray Temple and C9 Peppa in the intermediate cattle class. I'm going to take over from Tyson, give him a little bit of break. He's been doing it for several hours this morning, and we'll try to keep you all updated and let you know what's going on. This is a 6-minute course, and we're in the Nutrena True Arena. Nutrena is our major sponsor, and we appreciate all of their help in putting this together and all of the other sponsors that put it on. The course that Steve's designed for us here is pretty basic for this first round, and every round they get a little bit more technical and a little bit harder. So Ray's into this course for 4.5 minutes right now. It's a 6-minute course, and he's working his dog, and then since I just opened this thing up and sat down, I'm not quite sure where he is, but I'm going to find out and let you all know. You probably know more than I do right now. So let's take a minute and see where he's going. You know, I think we need to give the people that put this thing together for Mountain State Stock Dog Association, Steve and Sherry White, Clyde and Doreen McCourt, and Jeannie Biggers. They just work their tails off getting this thing together. If you haven't been here, you don't realize how big this thing is and how much effort and people it takes. You never see them. I had to go to a little meeting last night for all of the people that are involved, from us commentators, the judges, the people that are scribing, the cattle crew that keep all these cattle moving, the people in the sheep arena, the kids down that are setting stock out and exhausting stock. There are probably 50 of them in that room. So somewhere behind the scenes here, you've got about 50 people working their tails off. That does not include all the work that everybody has done for weeks and months in advance to try to get this thing all ready. So Ray's just about to time out here at 6 minutes, and there he goes. So next in, we've got David Briggs and Buck. David's from Wood Lake, California, which is down a little bit south of Fresno. He's got several dogs in here this week. He's actually got a pup of ours named Dash. And Dash is probably the only dog of all of the dogs that is qualified in all of the classes: the open, the nursery, the intermediate, the novice, the futurity, and the junior handlers class. So that means throughout the year, he and other people that may have handled that dog for him, I know Brian Jacobs has shown him in the nursery in the open, have placed with him and done well. So we're kind of looking forward to seeing what Dash does. But he's going to be up now in a minute with Buck when we come back. So looks like they're still trying to exhaust the cattle down there, and it'll be a minute. Sometimes the cattle aren't completely cooperative. So we'll take just a break, and I'll be back in a second. Okay, Now we're up with David Briggs and Buck. GS Buck. Sometimes you'll see these letters in front of the names, and those are going to represent, in a lot of cases, the breeder of that. GS is Golden State, which is Brian and Haley Jacobs out of right now Aden, California, way up at the northern tip. So there goes Buck, and he's gone around. So the first move that's made is called the fetch, and you set your dog up, and in this case most of the handlers I've seen have sent that dog counterclockwise, which the command for that is away, or a lot of us use a whistle, but the whistle means away when we get the dogs trained for him. So he has to come right through the middle there like he did. So we get 15 points ahead. So he's got 45 points going into his second obstacle. So a lot of people don't realize this is a team sport. You know, you got the handler, you got the dog. Handler's the quarterback. Your dog's kind of like your running back. You give him the ball, tell him get to the other end and get it done. So he's reading the calves. This set doesn't look like it wants to be that cooperative. David's going to call him back and redirect him. So he's sending him the other way, clockwise, and that command is go by or come by. So he's already come through obstacle number 1, the fetch, so he doesn't have to come through that again. And obstacle number 2 is down at the far end of the arena. If you've been watching, you know where that is. So if he brings him through number 1, he's kind of lined out for the next one, but he doesn't have to, and just, you know, kind of let the cattle flow where they want. But that one always kind of wants to turn around. Buck's doing a pretty good job of controlling him, and the cow wants to go back from where he came. And there's a draw in these arenas. The cattle get used to him, and sometimes you got to fight with them. So you notice the signs in the arena, the banners. That's the Nutrena True Arena, Nutrena Dog Food. Excellent product, and we appreciate all their help. Couldn't do it without them. So in this class and in this arena, the handlers have to stand behind a line. We call that the handler's line. And we can't move forward. So that's why you're not seeing David come up here and help Buck as he might in other trials or other arenas. Standing down there and directing your dog and having him do everything is a little bit more difficult than you going down there and, you know, kind of blocking one side or hurrying up the cattle. So why sometimes it doesn't always go as we plan. But Buck's doing a good job of bringing him his way. That one just doesn't want to go through. So sometimes you have that, and it's just kind of the luck of the draw, and you just got to keep working your dog and keep moving forward. So it looks like David must have called time, so we'll take a little commercial break and we'll be back in just a second. Okay, we're back with Richard Bissonnette. Everybody calls him Reb. Not because he's a rebel, but his name is Richard Earl Bissonnette. His brother thought it was cute when he was born and said, "Hey, Dad, let's call him Reb." And so he's known as Reb. Let's see what Reb does with LB3 Jane. This is a nice dog. He's been showing him all year. His wife Stacy also shows this dog. You know, letting the cattle drift a little bit. He's going to turn them. He's got to get that white face back in there, and there he goes. Send her back the other way. So what you try to do is they're all going to, want to have their own minds and kind of string out. So you direct the front calf, and if you got them lagging in the back, if they're not all bunched up like that, you direct the front calf, go back and push the back calf. Come back up, redirect the front calf, push the back ones. Now they got to go into obstacle number 2. They're standing right at the hole. Reb's got a great run going right now. They walk in. Now there's a hole down at the bottom of the screen that they cannot go out. They've got to go out that one there. And now he's got one that wants to fight a little bit and doesn't want to play. The dogs that do good on these cattle seem to stay off of them a little bit when they work, not get in real tight. Most of these cattle are pretty agreeable, but if you get in there and harass them, they'll go the other way on you. So you have to be patient. So like right here, Reb's kind of letting them stand. Jane gets into him a little bit. He's still got him controlled, so he's got to get that third one in there. But you see, they came out that bottom hole. That's no points. That's what they did the first time. So now he's got to gather them back up again. These dogs are just so much of an athlete. They just live for this. They're just genetically bred to do what they're doing. So as handlers and trainers, all we're trying to do is utilize that genetic talent that they have and get them to pay attention to us, to accept us as the team leader. And you can see how Jane now is working. Before that, she goes out, she works a little wider, lays down, give them time to think. Come around, she can stop them without biting them.
Next up, we have Jenna Bissonnette and DB Little Red on deck. Stuart Mitchell and Drip in the hole. Angie Johnson.
She's doing a good job. Reb's kind of swapping sides with her. It didn't work that way, so he's trying the other way. Sometimes one just decides doesn't want to go in. I think he's got her this time. There he goes. Nope, she's still kind of floating around the outside. That calf just doesn't really want to play the game. So she'll have to fight a little bit, and she'll eventually probably bring her back, and they'll try it again. And, you know, we've got 3 minds out there of calves. They'd just soon be out there on the grass and eating. We've got the dog's mind. Hopefully they woke up on the right side of the bed. And then there's our mind. Sometimes it's working real good, and other times it's just not functioning properly. I don't know what to tell you, but, you know, I think we all get nervous when we go in again, and no matter how many times we've been in. And it's kind of funny. One of us will come out and they'll go, well, you hear me? I gave the dog the wrong command twice. Yeah, you know, and the good thing is she took the command, so the training's good. Sometimes you run it really good, and other times you kind of fight through the whole thing like Reb and Jane are having to do now. So I'm sure they're going to come back and regroup again and do their best the next time. Just a few interesting facts to pass on to you while we have just kind of a spare moment. This is the 9th national finals and the biggest national cattle dog finals ever this year for the Mountain States Stock Dog Association. There's over 250 dogs competing this week. We've got 1 McNabb. We've got 3 Border Collie crosses. We've actually got 4 Australian Shepherds, 1 Hanging Tree dog, 2 Kelpies, 1 Kelpie cross, and the rest of them are all Border Collies. Give you some idea. If you add up all the miles that the handlers drove to get here, it totals over 86,000 miles one way to get to Afton to compete at the MSSA National Finals. There's handlers here from 20 states and Canada are represented here. This year there's 26 brand new handlers that have never been here before. So it's a tribute to the people that put this together, that they have made it so good, so user-friendly for all the people that want to come and get here. And, you know, there's kids. Everybody brings their kids. I mean, there's kids in just infants that are months old to teenagers to young adults. And there's a few of us old guys still around. So. Okay, we're up now with R.J. Houston and Chalk. And RJ is sending his dog. Well, he sent him away, but now he's going to come by. Doesn't necessarily really matter. Just these cattle are not running off from theirs. You know, sometimes the dogs take the away command a little bit better. They have a little nicer outrun. Or sometimes they take the come by side and do a nicer outrun. It doesn't matter, just whatever the handler thinks where the draw is. He's got him moving pretty good. He's missed him on that one side. Now he's got him coming through, so he's got 15 points ahead. He's got 45 points right there. RJ is from St. Anthony, Idaho. He competes here with his daughter, Allie, who also went, she showed her dog a little bit earlier. I'm not sure if she has a second dog to show today or not. But right now he's, RJ and Jock are going through obstacle number 2. All morning this obstacle 2 has been kind of a make or break deal. I don't know what the thing is, why the cattle don't want to go into this hole. They've got to enter from the one that's on the right of your screen, right where that cow started to look. But a lot of times we see them, now there's your leader, but they went out the wrong hole. He needed to either move himself around there to block that hole or get the dog around. And sometimes it's just a matter of a heartbeat that if you're late, you're going to miss it. So you can see how sometimes the cattle will split up. Like you had that leader, that one brockle face, and they just go right by that hole. Now, when I was sitting up in the stands watching earlier, right down here at the bottom, so if you were to stand at that hole and look in, there's a big green Purina sign right there. But it's on that black tarp, and it's way off of that. And I'm not sure if that's what's stopping those cattle from going in, if they see that and it blocks them. But there's something that they don't want to go, some reason they don't want to go in there. Because the majority of the sets that have come out have all kind of stood there, looked, and tried to walk around it, not wanting to go forward. And there's really no other reason for that. Okay, so RJ and Chalk are going to gather these cattle up again. We've got to put them all together, and he's going to push them. Got to push them all the way back down to the other end, and try to get through obstacles number 2. Okay, well, RJ is over his 5-minute mark. He's got to go to 6 minutes, and he is just not having a lot of fun out there. Chalk's doing a pretty good job of keeping him controlled, but the cattle just don't really want to play. So they're just, sometimes you get lucky and sometimes you don't. So he's going to take the time and try to work his dog and get the best, to make the best out of the situation. Well, that's the view of part of the valley that we are in, and this Star Valley is something to look at it. So if you ever get a chance to come to Afton, you should. Okay, well, there's the whistle. There's 6 minutes. That's its time. So Kevin and his horseback crew are going to come in and exhaust the cattle. These guys they were in the saddle this morning at 5 o'clock, moving these cattle in, getting them ready. We started at 7, and they'll be horseback all day. after we get done playing, they still have to put the cattle away and get everybody fed and make sure we got water and kind of get set up for the next day. So there's our Nutrena sponsor. This is Loyal Life, one of their products. And we're going to go through some sponsors now, so hang on and I'll be back in a minute. All right, we've got Shirley and Lucky. Well, let's hope Lucky is lucky here. They're from Richland, Oregon. And they're kind of going through obstacle number 2 again, or now. And let's see how they handle this. Bald-faced calf kind of wanted to turn around and walk away. We got one that got his head in. Old Baldy goes in there. Now she's got to turn these calves to their right. They can't come out that hole just like she did, but there's kind of a fine line. You see that one turn around, and if he goes out that hole that they came in, then he's got to come back in that hole. So on obstacle number 3, you see there's 2 openings and they split. So the one that went to the right gets 15 points. The other 2, she doesn't get any points for. So now she has an option. She can turn those cattle around and come back and enter correctly and try to make it, get them all through, or she can move on to the following obstacle. So she's got them kind of rounded up in front of there. Now she's got to turn them around. She's kind of... You know, this is a pretty good sized arena, so there's a lot of places they can go and get away from you. And for those of you who have worked cattle, you can appreciate what kind of job this is and how you need to stay calm, keep your cattle calm, low stress. You're supposed to be able to do that with the dog, but sometimes that dog irritates the cattle and we get stressed and then we get mad. So I read somewhere that most ranch divorces are caused while working cattle. Imagine that. So Shirley is having the same difficulty that the previous couple handlers have had with their sets of cattle in trying to get them controlled through the obstacles. The other ones, she's gotten through obstacle number 2. She's just coming back to obstacle number 3. Now, if you split your cattle like you did, she didn't get all her points. So she's only got 15 out of 45 points for obstacle number 3. So she has the option to go back there and do it again and try to get them all 3 through the right opening and get all 45 points. Now, she can move on because she got 1 through there. So I'm not sure if she's actually moving on to obstacle number 4 or trying to go back and redo obstacle number 3. We'll look here in a minute. But if she retries obstacle number 3, then she goes back to 0, which means now if she doesn't get any points there, she's lost the 10 points or the 15 points that she got through there. And it kind of looks like she might be that she has gone around obstacle number 4. Now she's coming into obstacle number 5, which is the load and the sort. You can see there's a 5 and a 6 on there. She's got 2 of them loaded. And the one just doesn't want to play the game. But if old Lucky can get a little lucky here and push that one back in, the other 2 are standing in the pen. And there went the buzzer, so now she's done for this run, but she'll have another run here. I think the intermediates will run again on Wednesday. But here come our cattle crew, and they're going to round them up and get them out and let the next handler in. So, commercial break. We'll be back in a second. here again. We got my good buddy Travis Walking Slim from the Elko, Nevada area. Travis is originally from Australia. Carries a pretty heavy accent with him. I hope Slim understands it today. Did a good job of picking these cattle up and getting them through the fetch, obstacle number 1. So we talked a little bit earlier about that dog staying off of the cattle. And look at the bubble that Slim is creating. And look at how calm these cattle look. They're going to walk right in, hopefully. Nice job, Slim. Travis going to send them. Travis just walks up there calmly, blocks that other hole. Low stress for the cattle. The cattle have a bubble, and they're all a little different on every set of cattle. These, I think Slim and Travis has kind of figured that bubble out. They're just walking through. Now, he's going to probably come over here and send Slim over to the left side. Whoops. Better hurry. Better hurry. Okay. That was good. See, they were moving out that one hole that they should not. Slim got up there quick enough and blocked that hole. They turned and went out the other one. So nice run, Travis. He's got a smoking hot run going here now. At 2 minutes, he's in obstacle number 4. He's through 4. Where 4 is, it's just a line that you have to go through. The corner where the number 4 is, back to the fence. They just have to cross that line. So he's pointed on that. He's got all his points. He's coming down to the load, number 5, and then he'll have to sort the cattle. There's 2 gates. You can see those. One of them, the first one has to come out, the one that's on our right. Then the other 2, then he has to close and latch that gate, and the other 2 have to come out. Time stops when the last calf is out of that second gate. So they're penned. Now he's going to open that. Oh, he's got a volunteer. Nice job. See how quiet he stays. Now we have a little issue is the other calf. And he turned them around. Good enough. We don't want those cattle going out the back. If he gets it, he's going to be our new leader, I think. Yes. Very good, Travis and Slim. 3:29 or 3:30, wherever they stop the clock at. Good job. Okay. Again, here come our cattle crew. These guys, again, they just work so hard all day. Horseback, moving cattle from arena to arena. And then they, like I say, they were moving cattle this morning, I think at 5:30. Just getting them ready. So appreciate all our sponsors. Rising W Kelpies, Spade B Stock Dogs, SLV Stock Dogs, Dwayne Hurlman Stock Dogs, Morrow Enterprises, and Got Dog. We couldn't put on a competition like this without great sponsors like those, and Nutrina, and everybody else that has helped, all of the stock setters and things, and, you know, our live stream crew, all the food vendors that are out here. Just unbelievable how many people it takes to make this thing happen. Okay, we're back in with Weston and Walker, Texas. Oh, old Walker, he kind of got right into him right in the middle. Sometimes that's an advantage and sometimes it's a disadvantage. You know, it just depends on how the cattle take it. I mean, he went in there pretty hot, introduced himself. Hopefully these cattle just said, okay, we've got a lot of respect for you. We don't want that to happen again, and we're going to do whatever you ask us to. So let's see how it works out. Gotta bring him into obstacle number 2, which is kind of been the make or break obstacle for most of the competitors so far. You know, Weston's doing a good job. He's letting the cattle have time to think. He's not forcing them. You can see the cattle looking, thinking. You know, if the dog gets on top of them, they're going to start getting curious to the dog. They're going to look around like that one there right there. Sometimes they'll turn around. That's what you want them to do. But other times they'll just kind of walk off or want to fight with the dog. So that Hereford calf, kind of the leader. Weston's going to send them around, block this other hole. Beautiful dog work. Keeps them together. Now they're going to just walk off to obstacle number 3. Weston and his dog are going to get on the right side of them, push them all the way over to the fence. Then Walker is going to have to do one of two things. Either he's going to have to run to the right all the way around and block that hole like that last dog did, or he comes inside. But he let him drift off there. It looked like he had pretty good control over him, and he is. You know, sometimes it's just a blink of the eye and we miss it. You know, as a handler, you just don't see it fast enough and you don't react. So he's got to bring him back, bring him through this, the entrance, which is the big opening right in front of us. I think that white face is probably the leader of the group. That's what it looks like. You know, a little curious every time Walker gets up there, you know, kind of in their eye, not too sure yet. So you can see there's an opening that's straight through. When those cattle come, that's what they're looking at. But they've got to bend to the right. So Walker, yeah, and there you go. And he needs to go that way, and then he just bends them, and everything works good. Now he's going to come over here to the right side, the away side, and get him up to that back fence and around obstacle number 4. So you can see that some of these sets of cattle, you know, are a little more trotty than others. The sets stand together pretty good. It's not there's not nobody trying to run off, but they're not really covering a lot of ground, which gives you a chance to think, give you a chance to handle your cattle better. That's fine, but it's not the set of cattle that you're necessarily going to be first place on, but you're going to be able to finish if you don't get it blowed up. So he's got to get them down here into the load and sort pen and see what he's doing. He's got almost 2 minutes left. He's got lots of time. Oh man, old Red, he just kind of skirted that number 5 panel. So Walker's That's what I've been doing. Aren't I on?
You're on, not me.
Oh, where are you? Oh, you might be this one.
Touch that one. No? Not that one. Dave, which one's this one? Here. There's our champion buckle sponsors. We really appreciate it. Andrea Lane and BR Charlie. I think she calls the dog Chick, Elliot. She comes
Chick.
to us.
Chick.
She calls him Chick. I watched this dog. Was at my house the last couple of days at the dog trial.
Yeah,
You were there?
yeah,
Got
I
to
saw
see
him.
show.
Andrea is one of our photographers out here. Takes good pictures.
Oh, shoot. Her pictures are amazing.
Oh, man.
Yeah, her pictures are absolutely amazing.
Yeah. And they're showing in the lower arena, the Nutrena True Arena. We appreciate all their sponsorship. Couldn't do it without them.
Well, Nutrina's been great. They
Yeah.
actually, their on-site guys just got here. I'm sure we're going to get them on talking
Oh.
about stuff here in a little bit. I am going to brag on you. You had a hell of a good run out there, Elliot. I was
Oh,
on
thank you, thank you.
Headlines watching you. Good
I
job.
felt real good till Travis went out there and kicked my butt.
That's how it is. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's only 4 of you that have finished scores.
Yeah.
There's you, Dwayne Hayes, Stockton, White,
Yeah.
and then Travis Ball.
Oh, okay. Where was Dwayne? I didn't see his.
Dwayne was the very first run.
Oh, okay.
Very first run out, smoked it. I'm like, oh, geez, everybody's going to get it. But
Yeah. Well, let's see what Andrea does. And Chick, Charlie.
dog really has a cool move. I haven't got to see this dog very much. When she came down, like I said, to the house right before the finals and worked him, and I thought the dog had a really cool move about him. Didn't stir stock up at all.
He's staying off. He's staying outside the bubble, which is good. We've talked about that. Getting through obstacle number 1.
What's been an obstacle to get him? I'm really sorry, guys. I'm back and forth between 3 arenas, keeping them going, so I'm not getting to see every run. In your opinion, what obstacle's getting him?
Number 2.
Number 2's getting him.
Number 2, and I don't know why. They get him up there to the opening, and they stand there, and then they mill around. They don't want to go out. And the only thing that I can figure, and I mentioned this earlier, is right back on the lower side. There's that green Nutrena sign.
Oh.
I don't see why it would bother them. It's way off. It's on the fence. It's not on the panels. But they'll mill. The last few sets have gone in, but boy, this morning nobody wanted to go in here.
You know, it's really interesting. So these cattle, we've got over 650 head of stock here to put this finals on this year, and the cattle come up and they run in the open arena one time. That's all they work is just a few minutes this whole time, and then we use them. They rotate down into the lower arena, and for the whole week of the finals, it's strange to me that the toughest run on the cattle that they kind of push back a little bit on is the first run in the lower arena on the first. It'll be the second run down there on the first day.
You know, when you brought the cattle up down from the upper arena to the lower arena, right after that, they started moving a little better, and they were entering that second obstacle a little bit better.
You know what's
So-
crazy though too? Like right now, people don't understand. I don't know if our camera girl up there can hear us. If you look up at the sky, there's no sun right now. The sun
Right.
came out. The cattle, kind of like me and you. You're bundling up. You just put on
I'm
another
bundling
coat.
up and cold.
Yeah, cattle kind of the same way.
Mm-hmm.
When they're a little bit chilly, they want to move a little bit faster.
Mm-hmm.
They're a little bit more frisky. Sun came out earlier for a little bit, and all of a sudden the cattle calmed down, and everybody started going through it really good. That being said, she's going into obstacle number 3, if I'm not mistaken,
Yep.
right now. Pretty easy.
Yeah. And Charlie's working off like you talked about. We talked about that earlier. The dogs to get in a little bit tighter, sometimes stir them up a little bit too
Yep.
much, and in a trial situation, not always the best.
Maybe needs to come in just a little bit, Elliot.
Mm-hmm.
He's out of contact with the stock. When I say that, you guys, there's going to be a distance between the dog and the stock that create the stock to move. And when you see them cattle stop, the dog has came out of contact with them. We can't see him right now, but evidently by the way the calf kicked, she's going to have to flank him back around this way.
Yep, he's about to leave.
No, easy. She'll get it. Oh, no. There she goes. Ooh, good cover, chick. Now, here's the tricky part. The dog naturally wants to bounce around the front of them. You and Abby did it beautiful earlier, too. Was it Abby or Allie?
Allie.
Allie. And then you got to get back out on this, back over to the right side of them again and start
And
pushing
push
them
them
down
to
towards
back fence. Yeah.
number 4.
Yeah.
Now, and I've noticed on some of them cattle get hung up on number 4 down there.
Mm-hmm.
Them cattle have never been in that arena, so the only way they associate in and out is down through that hole right now.
Yeah, you've done a great job of preparing these cattle. How many runs do you think you have on these cattle?
There's 4 runs.
4 runs
There's
on these
4
cattle.
runs before they come here. But I started with 1,200 head.
And you're down to 600 and
Yeah,
something.
yeah. And so we sort them first on disposition before we even see the dog. Then I break them down into 20s and 30s, and then down to 15, then down to 12, and then down to 5, and then down to 3. And before I let anybody really mess with them. And so we go through a lot of cattle to get them this even right here. Now the hard part is sometimes you get them here and maybe a dog or a handler makes a mistake and the cattle remember.
Yeah.
But we want to try to have as even a shake as we can when we get here. It looks like there's some really nice runs going in the open right in front of us at the same time.
Yeah, I hear them clapping over there. So, Steve, you didn't introduce yourself, but you're talking like you own the outfit, you know? So,
Well,
this is Steve White, the guy I've been bragging on all morning.
well, I haven't been here to hear you, so maybe that's not true.
But the reason Steve's so good is he's got a wonderful wife and family.
Absolutely.
You know, they make him look good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they do. They really do.
Sherry's running around here like a chick with her head cut
Oh,
off,
Sherry's-
and then your
We
your
have
boys are all, and your girls, they're all showing dogs
they're
and
showing
working in the
and
pens.
working in the
and-
pens.
So this is a family affair.
This is a family affair. But same way, you're here with your wife. A lot of
Mm-hmm.
handlers here with their wives. Come on, she needs to at least try and get him in that pen. She gets pen points.
She's got 15 seconds to get past that number 5.
That's still going to put
Yeah.
her in the top 10 of the
Yeah.
class.
Yeah, she'll
There's
get 'em.
very, very few people who got to the pen.
Yeah. But there's a lot of dogs to work. So we'll have a run today, and then our second run is intermediate is Wednesday, or
I'll just pull up the schedule right now. I'm talking to
I
you.
should
I'll
know.
end up setting, like, I don't remember, 50 courses or something. I don't remember throughout the weekend. So sometimes I get,
you're lucky you
Okay.
know who you are.
I know, intermediate class will be up in the main arena, it looks like, on Wednesday
On
morning.
Wednesday morning. So all the intermediates, and that's the class you're looking at now, they're going to run their first run today. They'll all get a second run on Wednesday.
That's right.
And then we'll take the top 20 back on Saturday.
Yep.
the
Well,
final.
that depends. Sometimes it's a few more.
Okay.
I would look at the scores, who's still in the running for the ultimate, you know.
Okay.
You know, that auction. Let's go back to that auction if we can down there. One more back to the Apex auction. Can we get back to that real quick? I just want to talk about them real quick. It's great to have them here because this is an auction that's owned by Brandon Pugh, a good friend of mine down out of Texas. There are dogs in this national finals that are selling on that.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes, Frankie Acosta's Gus dog.
Oh,
I'm real high
That
on
is a
dog.
nice
That's a good
dog.
sucker. You guys, you want to talk about opportunity to own one of the best ones. He's going to sell, I believe it starts on the 20th. You can get on there. There's all their information right there. Get on they even have an app on your phone that you can get on your phone.
Mm-hmm.
Get on there and watch it. And keep mine today. I don't know if Gus has ran. Stephanie, has Gus and Frankie Acosta ran yet today? Not yet. So you guys I'll try and let you know when he's coming up, and you guys can flip over there and watch him. So appreciate you for going back on that. He's in 9 more in the open, so if you guys can swap up there
Yeah,
and
tune
watch
in,
him,
call a buddy.
call a buddy. You know somebody looking for a dog. Get
You
over
know,
there and get
when
him.
I saw him in that auction, I talked to Frankie when he got here, and we were talking about it.
You say, why the hell are you selling you that good
No,
dog?
I said, why didn't you call me?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Why didn't you call? Because I've seen him in a lot of trials, you know.
Yeah. Next Level Dog Food, you guys, we cannot say enough about them. They have been so good with us. They're brand new this year on with Mountain States Finals. They're here on site. Sharby's here. Really appreciate them. They sponsor a lot of these dogs. A lot of the dogs here on this food. We really appreciate them being here today.
Now we're up with Annie Reynolds.
Tell me about Annie Reynolds. You know Annie Reynolds.
Yeah, you know, Annie just this past winter was nominated to the Cowgirl Hall of Fame.
I know. Reigning Cow Horse, right?
Yes, she's been in all her life. She put on a trial in May that we went to, and I got to know her a little bit better. And she's a driven lady.
Very driven. And a very nice lady.
Oh, very nice.
And I'm going to tell you what else. She's a pretty lady.
Well, you know, she's got the package.
Yeah, she's pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, not being sexist or anything.
No,
but,
no.
You know, she's
But
a
God
nice
bless a pretty
lady.
woman.
Yes. Yeah. But don't go under the low bridge. Go into her house.
I heard that got you 2 of your AC.
2 of my ACs off my toy hauler. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Annie Reynolds, for not telling me that one.
She's running a really nice
Yeah.
dog here called Bright.
This is a sweetheart of a dog. Watch this dog. The way when she sends him, he's got the bubble. When she says stop, that dog turns in and stops at a stand.
I always tell people the most important thing on a dog is the whoa as soon as you get them. Because when you're sorting cattle, you're moving cattle, it's that 1 inch that makes him go left or that makes him go right. And if you can dial that dog in on that, this dog, you watch him right here. When she tells him whoa, he squares up.
He squares up and he is down. He is right there. And he's got some bite to him if you need it.
Yeah, nice dog. Really nice dog.
I told her when we were at her place in May that if she ever started not getting along with that dog, to give me a call.
Yeah, she looks like a good one. I bet you she's going to keep getting along.
She got this dog from Joni Tejan.
Did she?
Mm-hmm. I think both her dogs she got from Joni.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just a sweet dog to be around too. You know, when we were at her house for about 4 days, and just a nice, pleasant little dog. And I just every time I've seen it at Fallon. I saw her at her place now here, and at Brian's, you know, up in Aden here last week. And that dog's just so intense. And like you say, that whoa is amazing.
Yeah. She's doing a really good job of keeping them together and keeping them calm.
Yep.
Now, there does come a point. There does come a point where you're like, I gotta hustle a little bit.
I got to make some movements.
I gotta make some movements, and I always say you gotta risk it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She's got him walking in. Just got to block that hole. This little dog has got so much speed on her that she can get from one side of that obstacle to the other pretty easily.
You know, I keep telling people, and I talk to my son as he's going into this obstacle, and you did it perfect. You don't want to put them cattle on the fence.
No.
You want to hit it right there where that cow just went in, so that your dog
Your
has
dog can
enough
get on.
room to come around the left side of those cattle.
You just got to
cover up your right side, Annie. Good job. Cover up, Annie. Cover up. And see, right now she can start flanking that dog to the left.
They're all looking straight through.
Flank him, Annie. Flank him, Annie.
Yeah, she lucked out.
She lucked out. I won't risk that.
Yeah.
She did, and it worked out.
No, because like you said, it's a matter of inches, and you know you're 2 heartbeats slow, and you miss it.
Yep. She's doing a good job. But 3:48, she's got plenty of time. But
Yep.
she, in the same breath, too, she wants to get to that pen and sort with as much time as she can. Hardest obstacle there is the pen and the sort.
That is a hard sort the
It's-
way you have
but
it set up.
The way that I have that set up is I want you guys as handlers to, and you did it perfectly. When you kick that first cow out, you dictate where he goes because he's going to be your draw of your next 2 cattle.
Yep.
And you did it just perfectly, and you moved around there so smooth. You penned him in. He kind of come around there. You cut between him and the other cattle, pushed him back down. You opened your gate, and your draw was right out to them, and they came out. And there's been a lot of people get them in the pen, and they're
Can't get 'em out.
They're doing it the
Yeah.
wrong way. They're fouling up.
Yeah. I'll tell you thank you, but some of that was a little luck.
No, it wasn't luck. That was good handling.
Between, this is like a big old family out here that you guys have created
Yeah.
in the entire sport. And I appreciate so much all my friends like yourself that are willing to help everybody,
Hey.
myself included. Everybody just wants to get better.
I tell
know?
people all the time, I don't care if you're sitting at home in Georgia. I don't care if you're sitting at home in Alaska. I don't care. We had a guy last year watch this and want to be involved. He went and got on a plane in Australia, flew into L.A., which I don't know why he did that, and then rented a car and drove here from L.A. Craziest stuff I've ever heard in my life.
He was a hell of a guy.
He's a good guy,
Oh,
and I've
man.
stayed really good friends with him.
Yeah.
I actually reached out and invited him to come to this year's finals. And but what I'm saying is, no matter where you are, if you'll reach out to any of these handlers you see on here,
Now, let's watch how Annie does this sort.
Boop.
Oh.
Now she's got to shut her gate. But if they'll reach out to any of these handlers, they are more than willing to
Yeah.
help you out.
They're in a better group of people around, they're just a family. Everybody wants to help you. Everybody wants to get better. So,
Well,
and
she's
thank
gonna
you to
run-
all my friends at home that are watching.
I guarantee it.
They couldn't make it.
It looks like she's going to probably run out of time here.
Yeah, here we go.
You guys, this is really dangerous. This is a good story. I actually love it because you guys, as a handler, have to figure out to read your cattle. You and your dog are a team. Dog did his part to get him there. Now you have to finish it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Okay, one of our major sponsors, Nutrina again. 100% wholesome nutrition. So all the arenas are here, around here. You see the Nutrina signs. We've named the arenas after all their different brands of food. This is the Loyal Arena.
this is Loyal Life Arena.
Oh, this is the Loyal Life Arena.
Yeah, we're in the Loyal Life Arena. We got the True Arena, the True Mune Arena, and then just the Nutrina Ultimate Field.
Here's some of our sponsors: HR Stock Dogs, Windmill Stock Dogs, SBL Engineering, JB Waterwells, and Flying Fin Border Collies.
We appreciate all of them, every single one. HR Stock Dogs actually is running an open dog right now in front of us.
Oh,
Looks
yeah,
like
there's
he's running his
James
two-coat
Butler.
dog. And he's got it going on. Oh,
Yeah, he's 2 minutes,
thank you, our
2:30.
reserve champion buckle, Spade B Stock Dogs, Herleman Stock Dogs. Dwayne Herleman is throwing it down. Throws down some really good runs. Got Dog, that's Jeannie Biggers. Morrow Enterprises. SLV Stock Dogs, that's Sarah Venegas. Rising W Kelpies. We appreciate all of them.
Good job, James Butler and Tuco.
Go ahead.
4 points and a time of 2:40.
Blaine Morgan, here's an interesting guy right here. I love him to death. I met him for the first time last year. Blaine Morgan comes to us all the way from Oro, South Dakota.
Well, I got to put Kathy in touch with that
Yeah,
guy,
yeah, he's
They're from South Dakota.
yeah. Kathy is from South Dakota.
Yes.
I forget about that.
Yeah.
He is.
Belle Fourche.
Yeah, he is a good man. I really enjoy him. He's an old man. I'm not gonna say
Careful,
old man. He's
careful.
not an old man.
Mature.
He's younger than you. He's a young man that has found something that he enjoys, and he's driving all over the country to come hang out with us and do it.
Was he here last year? I don't.
Yep.
Was
Last
he?
year's his first year.
Okay.
Calls for his cattle. They're set. Time starts when the first cow comes out.
Storm is running out there. Picks him up, comes all the way around. Whoa. You got to come around here and push him back into the fetch. Inside those panels, and he's got him going now.
I think he's looking good.
Yeah. Come back around, straighten him out. There you go. He's got it. Okay. Now the competition is based on points and time. Like I say, we get 15 points per head for every obstacle we go out. So total is 270 points.
270, yep.
And then if after the points, our tiebreakers are our time. So the dog with the most points, fastest time, is going to win. So if we had two dogs with 270 points apiece and they were all at 5 minutes, we'd have a tie. So we have a tiebreaker again, which is our fetch time. And the timers time the first dog through.
First cattle through.
First cattle through, sorry. And
Of the fetch, and that's what we
yeah.
call the tie time.
That's the tiebreaker. Because we will have, in most cases, multiple scores that are the same, and a lot of times, multiple times that are the same. Sometimes the first 10 are only busted up by a few seconds.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you'd be surprised how many times people end up tying. Mm-hmm. Blaine's got a good one going.
Yes, he does.
Good job, Blaine. He's covering that. Ooh, ooh. Come back around here, Storm. Come back around here and bump him in, Storm. Look at that dog checking all three of them. Watch his eyes. That dog keeps checking back to make sure he's still good. No. Good job, Blaine. Good job, Blaine.
All the way around. There he goes.
He's got it. Good
Nice
job,
work.
Blaine Morgan.
Okay. Blaine and Storm are headed off to obstacle number 4 now.
At 229.
Yeah, he's got a run going. You know, we'd like to see these cattle stay together and maybe just a nice hard walk or a little trot, but staying together so they can be maneuvered. You know, direct the front cow, go back and push the back cow. So now he's got to come back all the way around and push him back to the fence. He's going towards the sort pen, obstacle number 5, so he wants to get him on that far fence. So he's got to direct that front cow. There he goes. Whoops. Go back and get his back cow. Front cow wants to be a little obstinate.
Joni teaching just threw down a really good, nice open run also. Sorry, I'm watching both arenas, trying to watch my cattle. People don't understand I got to watch a cattle and find something I don't like and try to pull them off, keep the cattle as even as I can. But I think Blaine's got plenty of time coming down
Yeah, he's got a
here.
run going.
Good job, Joni Teegan / Jay Wynn. That was full points of 270 and a time of 312.
I hate to tell you, but it's going to be colder tomorrow.
It's cold right now. Yeah, I know it is. Yeah, it's supposed
Blaine's got him pinned, you guys. One out that hole right there. Watch this old cowboy right here. He is a good hand and a cow man.
Oh, we've got to go one out of this hole. Let's come out this one first.
One
just
out there.
just
And
one,
hold
not two.
the other two in.
Yep.
He's using his dog. Good job, Blaine. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, easy. He's going to take a change of plans. Good move by him. In my opinion, he's making the right move.
Try to sort one out there, cut
And not
one
only
off.
that, you guys, then he'll take that calf and push it down here. Oh, Blaine. Come on, buddy. I'm rooting for you.
Dog's doing a good
Easy,
job of
Blaine.
holding
Now
them
go,
in.
go,
Yeah.
Blaine, go. Get back.
He's got to
get
close
back,
that
get back.
gate.
Okay, right here. He's doing the same
Yeah.
as you.
Yeah.
He did the same. You split that cow.
Split it.
Open the gate. Get back there, Blaine. Get back there and help him.
Did you make
Yes.
it? Yeah.
Yes. Come on.
Okay, full score
Good.
run.
Another full score run at a
Nice going.
4:46. You guys, that is very, very, very important. We have to need some full scores.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to come back to our short go or have any chance at the ultimate, we need full scores.
Got to have a full score.
Yes, he does. Elliot needs a heated blanket. He's shivering next to me.
I'm good.
He's skinny. I'm a fat guy. This doesn't bother me at all.
My hands are cold.
I'm not
Oh,
getting
my
underneath of that.
God.
We'll give people false impressions.
Oh, let's not get in here together.
No, we're not. We're not spooning. We dang sure ain't forking.
Stephanie just gave me an electric blanket. Whoa ho.
I don't know if our production guy's laughing at you being a whip or me thinking I'm not spooning with you. Champion Buckle sponsors, there they are. Sheer Bliss, Willamette Stock Dogs, West Coast Cow Dogs, Morrow Enterprise, JB Waterwell, Red Baron Drive-In right here in Afton, Alpine Animal Clinic, one of the greatest animal hospitals, in my opinion, in the country. Some of their surgeries they've done for us and everything they do to keep us going. Over in Pocatello, Idaho, you guys look them up. They are unreal. Creeper Border Collies here,
Sonny.
Sonny and Abby, his daughter Abby here. Gosh dang, she's a handle. And
She is a hand.
She was one of the youngest national champions I ever saw. She won our intermediate and moved to the open at about 16 years old. Dog handling little girl.
They run a big farming operation in Kansas. Okay, we're up now. Cindy Coleman from Weiser, Idaho. J1 Mern. I love Mern.
Mern's a good dog.
Oh,
Mern, I tell you, there was so Cindy is brother is married to Darla Johnson, two of my favorite women here.
oh, I didn't know that.
They are, yeah. Cindy's brother is married to Darla Johnson, and
What's his name?
Rod.
Rod. That's
Rod
right.
Trials too. They owned a dog. His name was Vern, and I loved him. He was so nice, and he's passed away just from old age. But he would go out there at the handler post, and I watched him. And Darla would be at the handler post, and Vern would lay down, and take a nap. He just lay down on his side, take a nap. But
Oh, I've watched Mern competed against
dude, you
Cindy
can't,
and
you
Mern.
can't, you can't cuss Cindy out. She's a stock woman.
She
Her
is.
husband's a vet.
Uh-huh.
But she knows cattle.
Yeah.
And how important is that? Now the handlers or the daylight line is right there, so she can now flank a dog back to the left, and she's clean again.
Mern's just one of those dogs, you know, he just caught my eye from the very first time. Just the name.
Yep.
And then he's just got a personality about him.
Yep.
And he works so damn good.
Yep. He is good.
Gotta be getting a little age on him now.
Yeah. Yeah. Mern's. If I was to guess, Mern would be 6 or 7.
I would think so. Yeah.
I think I just slobbered all over, spit on Steph down there. I aimed it towards her when I sneezed. It's just raining, Steph. Don't worry about it. It's light misting.
Okay. Cindy and Mern are just a little tougher obstacle. Number 2. You know what I've been seeing in these, Steve? Is the cattle come and they'll walk around here, but if you leave them alone for a second, be patient.
Yep.
Let them settle. They kind of find their way in. If we try to push them, they just don't want to go.
Yeah.
You know. Now she's got them. Now all we've got to do is block them. Sends Mern around, blocks the hole. Nice work. Like Steve mentioned, you know, Cindy's a stock woman. She knows what these cattle are thinking. She knows where they're going to go before they're going there. And she gets herself and the dog in the right place. Good job, Cindy.
She's on her way to number 4.
Mm-hmm.
Only to 247. Plenty of time to
She's
get her
got
course
a good
done.
run going. See how they move out of number 4, you know. What she wants to do is, you know, have Mern push them and control them towards the fence. We don't want them walking off that way. Mern's got to get over there and turn their heads back towards the fence. Walk them down the fence into the sort pen. You know, Steve, when we had the handlers meeting this morning, this looked like a pretty simple course, and the more it went on, it got a little more difficult, I think. But it's a good course. I really like it.
I figured
It flows good.
I was hoping for, in the intermediate today, I was hoping for 40% completion, which I was a little bit off on. But the right dogs are coming to the top. That's just because you got to remember, whoever wins is national champion, reserve national champion. They're in the open.
Yeah.
This is the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
This could be the end of your intermediate career.
God, I'd only hope so.
Yeah. Oh, I don't, because I don't want to get beat by
Oh,
you.
you-
So stay in the intermediate.
You know, a lot of people don't, you know, they don't want to move up, but, you know, it's a compliment, you know,
Oh,
and
yeah.
when you get to this level, you know, this is so much different than your local level.
Yes.
You know, I mean, we're dealing with guys from Canada, we're dealing with guys from all over the
Florida.
the mid
Tampa, Florida. There's
yeah,
a lady from
Tampa, Florida. You know, all up and down the Midwest and on the East Coast and stuff. And I mean, we don't get an opportunity to see these guys on the West Coast.
Yeah.
You know, and there's some damn good people all over the United States, Canada, and they're all here. So
The best of the best are here.
best of the best. If
They
you
have to qualify to be here.
if you can get here,
In our database, did you know that there's 18,000 dogs in our database
oh no
trying
kidding.
to qualify for finals? That's how
No
many dogs
kidding.
have showed in dogs and teams. There's been different dogs and teams. Some of them the same dog, different team.
Yeah.
But we're right at like 18,000 dogs in our database. that are
Holy
trying to
cow.
come here.
Well, Cindy's got her sort going.
Easy, easy. That one makes me nervous.
Yeah.
Watch this, though.
Yeah.
Get back,
She's
Cindy.
gonna
Get back.
Get out of there.
Yes.
Yeah. She's
Yes.
done it. About 5:26, I think.
We don't know the official time, you guys. Oh, we can look behind you. That's
Oh,
the
yeah, there
official
it
time.
is.
5:27.
Okay.
The one on the screen is just we're trying to keep up, so it's pretty close. But that red one you can see will be the official time. So after they run, our camera girl, can you hear us up there for the lower arena? Can she hear us? Tell you. After they run, if she wants to zoom in on that red clock, that is the official time. We got any commercials we can run real quick? Yep, there's the official time, 5:27. Right there again, right there at this Apex Summer Auction coming up. Keep on there. Get on their website. Watch what these dogs are going to sell for. You want to own one, you're going to get a chance. They can't lie when they walk in the arena, you guys. You're going to know what he is.
Yeah.
Everybody will say, oh, my dog could do that. Yeah, go get him.
Yeah, go get them.
Go get him. Let's get him in there. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, and they've got videos up of all the dogs.
All the
and
dogs.
stuff,
Brandon
you know.
does a great job. You guys get a hold of Brandon, too. I trust him 100%. He will not lie to you about the dogs and what they're doing. Whatever he tells you is good.
Okay, now we got David Briggs and Dash. This is an Ash pup, you know.
This is.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. David's got two of our pups. Got this one and Gibbs, which he bought Gibbs off the
auction.
Apex.
Off the
Yeah.
Apex auction, didn't he?
Mhm. Yeah, he bought this one as a puppy 2 years ago, right here.
Well, I'm going to jump off of here, Elliot, and jump on here at the open. There's a couple open
Go
dogs
for it.
coming up I want to talk about.
Thank you.
And then I'm probably going to have to run.
Okay.
So
Appreciate the help.
when are you up again, Elliot?
I'm done for today.
Did you only run one dog in the interview?
Yeah, Willow's got the broken
Oh,
kneecap.
that's right. That's right. Hopefully she gets better.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to jump off here, Elliot. You can
Okay.
push my button over there.
Which one?
I don't know. Push it.
Okay. Thank you, Steve White, for helping out. Always a pleasure. And I've got presents for you over at the trailer, Steve. Steve, I got presents at the trailer. Okay, David and Dash. There's several brothers of Dash that are running. There's going to be a Stash, a Dash, a Gibbs. A lot of the puppies have that Dash, Ash, Cash, Lash name because the mom's name is Ash, dad's name was Cash. So there we go. Let's see how David's doing. David's a cattleman from down in the Wood Lake area, down below Fresno. They run a bunch of mama cows down there and use their dogs on the ranch and try to keep them away from all the rattlesnakes down there. He's always sending me pictures of rattlesnakes because he knows I hate them. So okay, now you saw that there that David had Dash kind of laid down and he was trying to bend those cattle with his movements and it didn't work. So he's going to go back and have to try another little idea. Change his places with the dog. He's got to get them all out of that pen and then start all over. So now he can send Dash around, bend them back in, and start all over again. You know, the course, once again, is 6 minutes long. You have 6 minutes to work. Dog with the most points and the fastest time and the fastest fetch time is going to be the winner of this round. And then we'll go to round 2 on Wednesday. You know, when you're standing out there and things aren't going exactly the way you want it to, it seems like forever. And when it's going pretty good, all of a sudden it's over and you might not be done. So it's a little different out there. You know, it's like any other sport. You know, it's pretty intense, even though it doesn't seem like we're doing much. You know, doing a lot of thinking. Dogs got to do a lot of thinking. Got to hit the reset button. You know, if plan A doesn't work, you got to go to plan B. So he's going to let them settle for a minute. Got the old Baldy looking in.
We are going to break in the upper arena.
There you go. Once one starts, they will follow. Dash will come around here and block this hole. David's got him stopped. Now he's going to send them away, and he's going to push them over to the fence. Cattle will normally want to go back to where they came from. So they were set out on that far end. That's why they're kind of drifting down that way. Dash does a good job of gathering them up. Now he just pushes them over to the fence and into obstacle number 3. Now the judges and secretaries are updating the website or the Facebook page for Mountain State Stock Dog Association. I think every 10 runs for, you know, in each arena. So there's the upper arena, the lower arena, the sheep arena. About every 10 runs are updating there, and I think they put all the results out on a Facebook page. So Mountain State Stock Dog Association.com, and go to your Facebook page, and all the results and all the information, run orders, dog's name, history to some of the handlers. And there's David. He's, put his head down and heard the buzzer go off. 6 minutes, he'll call his dog back and kind of regroup and hope for a better set next time. Dog worked really good. Just didn't have the set he could really get through. So Kevin and his crew will come in and push them out. We'll be ready for another one in just a second. So go to commercial, and I'll see you back here in a second. Okay, we're back here with Dylan Seeger and Bo from Plymouth, Utah. We are just at the halfway point of our intermediate cattle class in the lower arena. So we've got about another 30 dogs to run. I think there's 62 dogs in this class. So we're halfway through. So let's see, Bo's got them gathered up and he's got a good set. They're staying together and they're marching pretty good. But they're picking up ground. He's got a good time going. This is what you like to see. Going to try to gather them up and get them all together. We got one of them standing right in the obstacle. Well, we did. But once he goes in, he might be a little bit more willing to go in again, so he could lead everybody in there. Get this red cow kind of started. Boy, she wanted to go in there good. That's great. But out the wrong hole. Dylan needed to get Bo over there a little bit. He might not have seen that looking at the other cattle. So that's the problem when they start splitting up. It's hard to keep your eye on all of them at the same time. That light-colored one just kind of didn't want to stay around. Yeah, she skirts it again. Yeah, we've got them all. They're moving good. He's still got a good run going. The way these cattle are moving, if he can keep it going. I'll get Bo around there and block that hole. Since, we're dealing with points and time, so every time you slow the flow down or stop the flow or not in a straight line, you're wasting more time. So you get your dog to overflank just a hair, and that's going to cost you more time. Every time they turn their head and look at the dog or turn around and stop, that costs you time, and that could be the difference between first and last. So, got that. Did he stop him? No, he got him out. So he's got to bring him around again. Now he does have the option to go on with just 2 if he wants, but you don't have a chance to win if you don't have full points in here. And you're probably going to wind up needing two full scores to get into the finals. The way the thing's going now. With this many dogs in here, people are going to get through it. Dylan's having a little bit of an issue here on obstacle number 3, but he'll bring them back and get them in here again. He's having a tough time getting them out, exit the right hole. Once they've gone through a couple times, seems like they just train themselves, and they're really reluctant taking the change. So he'll bring them through now that he's got them. They've got to enter on this low side, where they entered on that top side. He's got to push them out and enter them correctly to redo that obstacle. So he's running a little bit over 5 minutes now. So he got about another 45 seconds, and he knows he's not going to finish the course, but he's going to just try to get something good out of his dog and leave on a positive note. He'll come back Wednesday and regroup and start all over again. And that's time for Dylan and Bo. Appreciate our sponsors, everybody. Couldn't do it without them. Nutrena, major sponsor, supports us tremendously, allows this to happen, and you know, they've got some great products. All their Loyal Life brand, they're true, and got a heck of a dog food. A lot of the guys out here feed Nutrena. It's a good product. You can pick it up at your local feed stores, Tractor Supply, numerous other places. We like to support all our sponsors. They do a heck of a job for us, and we want to do a job for them. So. Okay, we're all back, and we got John Stottlemyre from Luther, Oklahoma, and his dog Em. So John sent her on her way. So we need to get that dog all the way over and push the cattle back to the middle and go through obstacle number 1. The first cow through, the judges are going to time it. That's going to be the fetch time, which is going to be the tie time. If at the end of the day we have more than one person that has the same amount of points and the same time, then they'll go back to the fetch time to break that tie. And also it's cumulative over 3 runs that the competitors will have. So John and Em are through that first obstacle. Now they're headed to obstacle number 2. And we'll see how they fare. You can see that John's kind of moved himself out of view. He's way over on the right, and giving the cattle plenty of opportunity to get into the pen to go where Em is trying to put them to. Well, I got old Red that just didn't want to play the game. So if he can bring her all the way around, everything's good. But if she walks in this bottom hole, if Em can get around, and she's a little late, but now he just brings them back, starts all over again. Oh, that wind's starting to blow. You can probably hear some of it. John and Em are team number 35 out of 62 dogs. So we're a little bit better than halfway. Had some really good runs. And then Wednesday we'll go into round 2 for the intermediate class. And we'll be up in the upper arena, which is the one with the grandstands and buck and shoots. It's same type of arena, and they'll have a little bit different course for us, so we'll run that one. And these cattle only get run once a day in each arena, so they get a couple runs on them, and then they're back on feed and water. And while they're in the holding pens, while they're waiting, while we're running the event, the pens all have tubs of water in them, and the stock setters keep an eye on them. You know, this is just great weather for the cattle. You know, it's cool, got a little breeze. You know, they don't get hot, they don't get runny noses or anything. So this is good weather for the cattle. Tonight they'll be turned back out and they'll be on grass all night long and be able to rest and relax. Talk about what happened, you know how cattle are. Well, John looks like he's still working on obstacle number 2. You know, he's tried it several times different ways, and old Red just doesn't want to stay with the others, you know, and it's sometimes it's the cattle, sometimes it's you know, our placement as handlers or where we send the dog, and we just have to keep pushing that reset button and try something different each time. And try to get it to work. You know, if you're on the ranch, you don't get to come home until you get your job done. So that's what we're trying to do, is get the job done. Being in these arenas, working these cattle with these dogs, there's a lot of pressure on the dogs, a lot more than if you're out on a ranch and working them outside. They can make a lot of mistakes outside that never show up, but inside here, where we've got to be so precise to get them in and through an obstacle, the dogs have to be spot on. When you ask them to stop, they need to stop. That's probably the most important thing that we do, is when a dog stops, he needs to stop. And that it can be a matter of inches if he goes too far, and turn the cattle's head, turn them around, and then we're out of luck. So okay, John times out at 6 minutes, so him and him are done for today. Cattle crew will come in and exhaust the cattle, and we'll get a new set for our next competitor. Let's see if I can find in the book who's up next. Okay, next up is Ray Temple and GFB Wildman from Lexington, Oregon. I've seen this dog before several times. Ray's a good handler. He shows here with his wife, Roberta. They're both good cattle people. You know, they understand cattle. They get to do it. Wildman is just as his name says. He is a little bit wild, and he is a tough son of a gun. So sometimes that works. Sometimes it doesn't. So hopefully today it's going to work, and we'll see what happens. He looks like they're just about to get the cattle exhausted in that arena now, and Ray will be in just a second. After Ray, we've got Richard Bisnet, then R.J. Houston, then Trevor Mata. Yeah, good luck on his last name. Trevor and Slash J. Storm, then Annie Reynolds and Kell, Blaine Morgan again and Gus, Brent Mataroli and G.S. Flynn. Once we get done with Brent, then we've only got 20 more dogs to go to end the class. So we may get done in time for dinner, hopefully before it snows. It's getting cold here, it's getting overcast, and the wind's blowing a little bit. I don't really think we're going to have any snow or rain, but it is cold. Okay, now Ray and GFB Wildman are in the arena. Let's see what happens. He's ready to go. I can see him. Wildman, he is wagging his tail. He's going, let's go, Ray. Let's get it set. You know, these dogs are amazing. If you just watch them, you know, they know what's going to happen. He sends them on the way. That would be counterclockwise. Let's see if he goes all the way around them and picks them up. There you go. And that was very polite. That's kind of what you want to see. Now he's going to come around, stick them in the middle. Yeah, if he gets back on that side, they're going out. So watch that one. He's about to go around. And he does. So that dog just didn't go far enough. He was almost there. I don't know if Ray tried to, want to stop him, or the dog just didn't go all the way to the head. But now he's got to bring that cow all the way around or through and push him through again. So right there, if he can bring him through that. Oh, darn it. The wild man got right in his face, pushed him out of that fetch. You can see the difference, if this is a ranch situation and you're bringing cattle off the desert or the mountain or just moving them from pasture to pasture, if the dog goes around and, takes a bite of the head or something and stops that cow, it's not the end of the world. But here, look at how much time that cost them, so we really need to be more precise here. let's see if Ray can bump them in, and now he's going to lose out one. Okay, he's got all three of them kind of gathered up together. Now we just have to give him a check. Be patient. Be patient. There you go. Ray walks around this side, but he loses one. One came out this bottom hole, so he could move on if he wants. But if you don't have full points, you're probably not going to make it all the way to the end. You know, you can always make up a little bit of time, but you can't make up the points. Ray's still working on it. He's got two in the pen. Well, almost two in the pen. Now he's got two in the pen. This third one should walk around there and go right in.
Good job, Jeannie. And
There he is. Now we just let him out the right spot. Ray's up blocking that hole. Did a little bit better job of it this time. He's in good shape. Old wild man turns around and tries to push him, but one wants to fight on him. Brings him back. It's really interesting to see these dogs from, you know, different parts of the country. The breeding on them, the genetics is getting screwed down so tight that, you know, you really got something out of these dogs. Now they're getting so highly bred that people are traveling and shipping dogs coast to coast to get them bred, or, you know, buying semen to bring to the ranch and breed their females with. We're really getting some really, really nice dogs out of here. A lot of these dogs go back, they're imported blood, you know, from Scotland, Ireland, Wales. A lot of sheepdog breeding crossed with, you know, more cattle dog breeding. And get some pretty darn nice dogs. Okay, Ray's time is just about up, and he and Wild Man go back to camp, probably have a little talk about what went on, and try to get it together a little bit better next time. You'll see him again Wednesday, and we'll be in the upper arena, in the Loyal Life Arena from Nutrena. And again, Nutrena has been our major sponsor, makes this happen. Helps with all the expenses, you know, the live feed and everything that goes into this, and all the work, and you know, the payouts to all the competitors that float to the top. We appreciate that. We want to support them the best we can. So thank you very much, Nutrina, for everything that you put in here. And I understand that either later today or tomorrow we'll probably have a couple of the Nutrina reps with us, like we did last year. They're really interesting to talk to and, you know, pick their brain about nutrition and everything else. So our other sponsors, Rising W Kelpies, Spade B Stock Dogs, SLV Stock Dogs, Hurlman Stock Dogs, and Morrow Enterprise, and Jeannie Biggers with Got Dog. I guess that's a question. Got Dog. She's starting to, I think she's starting to name all her puppies with Got. So it'd be like Got Beth is one of her dogs. That was kind of cool. Instead of having initials or something, it's just Got. So in a few years, a couple of years when those puppies are of competitive age, you're going to see a whole bunch of them. Okay, here we go with Reb Bisnet and PDA Kirby from Wilton, California. Reb and his wife Stacy and Reb's brother Dennis all show dogs, so it's a family affair. All live down there together in the Wilton area. Got some really nice dogs. Kirby, I know, pretty sure that both Reb and Stacy have shown this dog. It's a nice dog. They do really well with it. So let's keep an eye on how Reb and Kirby does. Reb's wife Stacy won Dog of the Year with one of her dogs, Jane, I believe, which is in the novice class, which that means that she was the novice dog and handler with the most points throughout the point year. That's quite an accomplishment. You know, you got to do a lot of traveling, enter a lot of shows, spend a lot of nights on the road, do a lot of training at home, and be good. And Stacy's done that. So here's Reb. Made it through the fetch good. Looks like he's got a good bunch of cattle. They're all sticking together. Kirby is doing a really good job of staying off of him and, you know, being present. You know, the dog's got the presence to him, and you can see it. You know, he's not getting in there and chewing things, but he's got one. There he goes. I think that one skirted on the outside, and that's what he's trying to do. He's got to turn them all around. I couldn't see it from this angle, but I'm pretty sure that that red one in the middle there, when they went through, was on the outside of that pen. So he's got to bring them back around and redo the obstacles to point on it. You can bring them on the outside, or you can bring them through the inside. You have to cross the plane between those two panels where they enter. So there, it looks like he's out now. All he has to do is turn them around, put them right back in, and then Kirby's going to have to come over to this side and block that hole because they can't come out this lower one. Oh, good job, Kirby. Good job marching right to number 3, but Kirby's got to get around there and block that hole. got to get him turned around. He's got to get him out the exit on the right. Good job. Okay, now march them up to the far right-hand corner and go around the obstacle number 4. Looks like they're on a pretty good pace. That's about what you'd like to see. If you could get your cattle to do that, you know, just stay together and march in line like a bunch of good little soldiers. And us and our dog don't make too many mistakes. Those are the types of cattle that we can win with. So it's a matter of timing. And like, you know, if the cattle are going and you want them to keep going, keep your dog and keep them steadied up. You know, don't let them get on top of the cattle to keep pushing them too hard and in the wrong direction. Wherever that bubble is, it ever keeps them moving. If you keep laying them down, the cattle will start, then you got to pick your dog up and get the cattle to start moving again. That all costs you time. So, you know, after 3 rounds with these dogs, like I say, there's not going to be much difference between 1st and 10th. You know, they're going to be pretty tight. We're headed to the sort, the pen and the sort, and he's got about 45 seconds left. Let's see if he can move him over there. Okay, looks like they're pinned. Yeah, they're pinned. Kirby's getting a little anxious there, you know. Okay, Reb's got the gate open. Let's see what his strategy is. This is, you know, sometimes you go to one side, sometimes you go to the other side, whichever side is working, you know. You want the cattle looking at the gate. His time ran out, so he's going to close the gate or leave the gate open, let the cattle come out of there, and make it a good training session for the cattle. The cowboys will come out, Kevin and his crew will come out on horseback and dig those out of there and put them away, let them rest, have some water, and wait for the next one. So, okay. Our sponsors, Sheer Bliss, Waymint Stock Dogs, West Coast Stock Cow Dogs, Morrow Enterprise, JB Waterwells, Red Baron Drive-In, which is the best hamburgers in town, folks. And in the handler's bag, everybody got a little coupon for a free ice cream cone. So you go on down there. Alpine Medical Clinic, Creeper Border Collies in Thayer, Kansas. They put on a lot of dog trials there, and Sonny and his daughter Abby are here competing. So we've got competitors that sponsor. We've got businesses that are sponsors that all want to keep this thing going and make it good for the handlers and the sport. The sport has just grown over the last 6-8 years so much that we've got so many dogs and so many people involved, a lot of new people. Okay, now we've got R.J. Houston and his dog Ace. And R.J. and Ace are from St. Anthony, Idaho, up by Pocatello. And let's see how they do. Okay, it looks like RJ and Ace are having a little bit of a problem there. We got them all corralled and got them pushed through the fetch, so we're good. But we got a couple of trotters, and they don't all want to stay together. So that's going to be Ace's job, is, you know, keeping them calm, keeping them together. He's kind of slicing in a little bit, which isn't a good thing. So give him a time to rest. You know, Ace is doing what he's bred to do. He is controlling those cattle. And the genetics of the Border Collie is different than some of the other dogs that you're going to see here. But the Border Collie is a dog that is bred to bring you to stock and control it. So if you stand in one place, he's going to go to the opposite side. So if you think of it as a big clock, and your stock are in the middle where the hands come together, and you're at 6 o'clock, your dog is normally going to balance and be at 12 o'clock. If you move to 9 o'clock, that dog will automatically move to 3 o'clock, and so on. And that's the natural talent of the dog. The last thing that dog usually gets taught in his training is to drive those cattle away from you. That's an unnatural thing for the dogs. It's not bred into them. It's something that we have to train. They always want to go to the head and bring them back and control them. So one of the things that we do at home every once in a while is after when we're done working, I'll do a couple things. I might just walk around the arena and make circles and go from here to there and this fence to that fence and not even talk to the dog, and make the dog just continue to bring me cattle, keep balancing to me. Other thing is sometimes when I'm done, I might just go sit up on the fence and have the cattle in front of me and then let the cattle walk away. And it's the dog's responsibility to bring them back, to control them, not let them turn their heads, not let them walk. They should see that. And it's so interesting to watch the dogs when they do this, because you don't even talk to them. They look at it and they see the cow getting away, and they're thinking, hey, don't you know that the cow's getting away? And they just kind of run over there. They don't have to get in the cow's face if everything's going right. They just kind of block it. The cow turns around and walks back. It's pretty amazing, the genetics in these dogs. So. Oh. So different styles on all these dogs. Ace is a dog that, he's a big, strong dog. He works in a little bit close. When you're outside, that's going to work real good. This set of cattle, he's not getting along with real good. It's just the way the dogs work. Sometimes, that cow just doesn't like him. He just flat don't like him. You see him just facing off again. Okay. Well, RJ and Ace, they're going to time out here in about 20 seconds and go back to camp, rethink this whole situation, maybe have a little talk, see what kind of input Ace has, and see what they do next time when they come back on Wednesday. hopefully they'll have a little bit better set of cattle, and they'll get along with them a little bit better. Okay. All right, we got an Apex auction coming up here June 20th through 22nd. Online, you know, you can go online and watch these dogs. You can get a hold of the owners that have the dogs in the auction, talk to them. We got a couple dogs here that are going to be in the auction if you're looking. Keep an eye on them. You can look at the program online at their Facebook page at Mountain State Stock Dog Association. I know that Frankie Acosta's got a dog, Gus, in here. Find out what Frankie's up. You can look on, you can watch the run and see what Gus does, how Frankie handles them. Give Frankie a call, talk to him. Might buy yourself a dog. Who knows? You'll be out here next year. Guarantee you're going to have some fun. For those of you who have never been or don't know where Afton is, it's in the great state of Wyoming. It's about an hour, hour and a half south of Jackson. There's a pretty good-sized airport there. You can fly in there. It's in a beautiful long valley called the Star Valley. We got big old mountains on all sides of us. I feel like I can just reach out and touch them. There's a great big creek that comes down from a spring up at the top of one of these mountains, I'm told, to come all the way down, and I mean it is full and rushing bank to bank right now. So we tell all the kids, don't go by the creek. Keep your dogs away from the creek, because if they get down there, they're not getting out. That son of a gun looks like the ocean, man. It's roaring. Okay, here we are with Trevor / Jay Storm from Ronan, Montana. Let's see what Trevor and Storm doing. I'm not even going to embarrass myself by trying to pronounce his last name. Okay, cattle are in the arena. Storm's on his way. He sends them on away, which is counterclockwise. Storm hits the fence. Beautiful outrun. Goes all the way to the back. Yeah, there he goes. All the way around. Picks those cattle up. Bends them. So remember, we're directing the front one and then go back and push the back one if they string out. So all it takes is a little bit. And that dog is nice and square. If you notice, when Trevor gives them a flank being right or left, away or come by, that dog picks up and turns square. He doesn't cut in. That's what you really like. That takes the pressure off the cattle. So just watch him. He's asking them to walk up now, lay down. That was the away flank. And you see how wide he went. Comes in. Nice work. Sends them all the way around, blocks that hole. Trevor walks up there and puts a little pressure on the back end. And they walk through. Now, the contestants are not allowed to walk into any obstacle. They can't stick their hand in it. There's no training collars on any of these dogs. We have to take all the collars off the dog. I had flea collars on our dogs as well, and I'd take those off too, so they wouldn't call me out on it. So, this is strictly communication between the dog and the handler, whether it be voice or whistle. No other training methods are used. The use of a dog in the cattle industry is supposed to be low stress. The cattle gain a lot better. When you get them to the feedlots and stuff, if they've been worked with dogs and not stressed, where they can just walk along like Trevor's doing now, they gain better. There's less sickness. It's just a whole better thing rather than just yaha on them all around. And Storm is doing a heck of a job about staying off of them, but still putting pressure on. You see how He's raiding those cattle just like you or I would on horseback or on foot. We wouldn't run up the cattle's back in and start slapping on them, and we wouldn't go, we wouldn't stay 100 yards off of them. We'd stay right where we're in contact with the cattle, where the cattle know we're there, and they just keep moving off of us, and we can direct them. Trevor's got a tremendous run going here. He's going to the sort pen. In less than 3 minutes, he'll be in there. Looks like he's got everything under control. Storm's doing a fantastic job. I say this is a team sport, so it takes two. He's got him in there at 3 minutes. All he's got to do is sort them. One has to come out that gate. Just one. It has to come out first. After that one is out, Trevor's got to go back and actually latch the gate before he opens the second gate. And then the other two must come out. They cannot escape the back end. So he's got Storm laid down there, standing up, guarding that gate. If he puts too much pressure on them from the front, they're going to turn around and blow through the back because nobody's there. He Storm's on the side. So he's trying to get some movement towards that gate. But there we go. So that one came out. Now he's got to close his gate. And all he's got to do is put that one in. If he can put that one in, then he can open up his gate again. And he can start his sort once again. But he's got to have all three in there at one time before he starts the sort. So he's still at 4 minutes. He's got a good time going. So he needs Storm to put a little bit of pressure, but see, he's got all three of them coming out. Oh, a nice job, Trevor. He's got to latch that gate. Now, Storm, got to put Storm back. He's got to get that gate open. No, man. Bad luck. He wasn't there right in time. The clock's still ticking. He did not get his sort done. The sort is an all or nothing thing. He's got to shut his gates. He's got to reload those cattle. He's still got a minute left. He can still do it. So he gets his points. That he holds on to his points that he got for his loading them. That's 45 points. So right now, he's 45 points off of a full score because he has not gotten his sort. So he needs to get him back in and sorted. Let's see how he does. He's got about 40 seconds left. Storm's done a really good job of controlling these cattle. That sort is a tough sort the way they've got it set up. It's not impossible. It just challenges both the dog and the handler to read the cattle and see what's happening. And that one has escaped 3 times now. So there's your 6-minute mark. There goes the buzzer. And Trevor had a tremendous run. I really like that dog. He did a good job. we're back here with Annie Reynolds and Kel. Another nice dog that Annie's got. Annie's from King Hill, Idaho, which is about halfway between Boise and Twin Cities, or Twin Falls rather, right on Highway 84. Got a beautiful facility. Annie was recently inducted into the Cowgirl Hall of Fame. Quite an honor. Been really enjoyable getting to know her over the last year. Interesting lady, very driven in the rein cow horse industry. Pretty much dominated it for a lot of years. She told me when we were at her house last month that I was asking her about the induction process. And she said 18 years ago, she got a call and said that she was nominated for the Cowgirl Hall of Fame, and they needed her to write all her accomplishments down. So she did. 18 years later, they called her. It's amazing. I never thought that it would take that. There would be that time. I thought if they called you and said, hey, we want to know about you, that, man, you're going to be inducted that year. Yeah, 18 years. And she was a little bit late on sending Kel there. I escaped. And you know, as handlers, we do that. We fixate on something. We don't see it soon enough. You know, when you're sitting in the stands, when you're sitting here watching your computer, you can see it. You're saying, like, well, why didn't she send it? It's a lot different when you're standing inside. You know? So Kel's going to bring them around. I got to re-enter on the front and come back out this wing on the right side. So let's see how she maneuvers this. Annie's a good handler. She really knows what she's doing. She knows cattle, and she's going to get this job done. Kel's a good dog. I think she got this dog from Joni Tishan. There she goes. Whoa! Well, see, that was one of those things. He got the cattle turned, but he overflanked them a lot. And he turned them back up the arena when they should be going in the other direction. So it didn't cost her any points, but it cost her some time. And that little thing could be the difference between first and last. So now she's got them moving. She's still got plenty of time left. They're through obstacle number 4 now. And they're moving into the pin and sort. So let's see how she gets over there. That's what you'd like to see right now. It's kind of trotting together. If Kel comes over on this outside and pushes them in just like that. Now, see, they can get around on the other side too. So Annie is going to step up there. She can walk all the way up there and push them around and let Kel. All she wants Kel to do is turn them into the pen. There they go. So she puts a little pressure on them. He puts a little pressure on them. They got them. Now she can start her sort. She got about 45 seconds to make this happen. One out the gate on the right. That one has to come first. So here's where the teamwork really comes into play in your positioning. Let the red one out. Good. Now we've got to watch 2 things. We don't want to make a lot of noise. She's already turned that one around. They're looking for the out, but if Kel puts a little pressure and she gets over here, opens this gate, she's still got 15 seconds. She could get it done. I think she's going to do it. Yep. Nice job, Annie Reynolds. 4:54. Okay, our next contestant coming up after they get the cattle out is going to be Blaine Morgan and Gus from Oral, South Dakota. Then Brent Mataroli and G.S. Flynn from Manteca, California. Brian Husky and Patty from Somerville, Texas. So we've got a bunch. Okay. We're down to roughly our last 21 dogs out of 62. So we're 2/3 of the way there. I got a couple more hours left, and I think that arena will be done. Then I can go back and maybe get my wife to massage my ears after having these headsets on for all day. It's been a nice cool day, but the wind has been pretty brisky coming from the west, and it's coming to us. We have no block. It comes pretty good. Okay, here's Blaine and Gus. Let's see. Blaine sends Gus on the away. Gus kind of taking his time getting out there, but the cattle aren't running off, so that's okay. I like that. He goes all the way around, turns the head of that one cow, comes out, and he turns it again. Nice job, Gus. I like that dog. Nice and quiet. Comes out there so he doesn't miss it. That's good. Keeps forcing him to the middle. Okay. Not that good of an idea to make them go any faster than they want to go. Usually wind up in a wreck. So the cattle are staying together. The cattle are moving. Gus is doing a good job. Keep the pressure on them. Keep them going in the right direction. See, every time those cattle change directions and stop, see how much time it takes to get them going again. And Gus overflanked a little bit that time and turned that cow. Now we've got one in the pen. He's got to get it out. Okay, that's what we call that. A red cow, the dirty cow, because it came in the wrong entrance. We're only allowed to enter that one on the right. So Gus has got to come over here and grab that red cow, push him up to the end of that panel, and turn him into that obstacle number 2. You know, if there's anybody out there that's looking at this event and maybe never seen it before or followed a little bit and thinking, boy, that kind of looks kind of interesting. I tell you what, there are friendly, knowledgeable people all over, wherever you are. I bet there's one close to you that's willing to help you. You know, both help you, help your dog. If you don't have a dog, get you a dog. These people really want to improve this sport and make it good. Nothing but the best. So if you are, got any questions, if you don't know anybody, you don't have anybody local that you're aware of, get on that Mountain State Stock Dog Association website. Get a hold of some of the people on there. You know, Steve White, a valuable asset, Jeannie Biggers, Clyde and Doreen McCourt. Give them a call, you know. Clyde and Doreen are in Utah. Jeannie's in Ontario, Oregon. Steve and Sherry are in Bancroft, Idaho. Wherever you are, you know. I mean, if you're in Pennsylvania or something, they'll know somebody. So it's a fun deal. I'll tell you what, all the things that I've done in my life competitively, this is by far the hardest thing that I've ever done to become even moderately successful. They have some success in. But it's very, very rewarding. Winning is what we all strive to do. But if you don't win, if you walk out of the arena and somebody says, hey, your dog really worked good, in some cases that's way better than a win. Okay, well, Blaine has got this moving on, and he's ready to do a sort. There he goes. He got that one open. He hustles back. Now, what he'd really like to do is keep that cow that just sorted out here in front to draw these other ones out to him rather than in back. You don't want them in the back. Time's still going. There you go. 5 minutes. Yep. 5 minutes. You know, that'll give him a good score, so we'll see what we can do on the second run. Tell you what, guys, we couldn't do this without all the help of the crew. You know, you saw those two coming out on horseback. They've been on horseback since 5:30 this morning, moving these cattle around. You know, they don't have the comfort of sitting there in a shelter or anything like that. They're out there in the wind, and man, all they got is a jacket. And I see now they're putting their chaps on. Some of the guys are and stuff. It's cold out here with the wind blowing. Again, thanks much for our sponsors. You know, our deluxe sponsors here: HR Stock Dogs, James Verona Butler, Flying Finn Border Collies, Windmill Stock Dogs, SBL Engineering, and JB Waterwells. Thank you all very much for the deluxe sponsorship. We appreciate it. Those are the people that help make this thing possible and make it run so efficiently and so well and be so productive for the sport and for everybody involved in it. We really appreciate their help, along with Nutrena and everybody else that is helping us. Okay, we got Brent Manaroli and GS Flynn. Talked about the initials GS. I don't know all of them. GS is Golden State Stock Dogs. Brian and Haley Jacobs out of Aden, California. Brent is from Manteca. His wife makes the best corn casserole and corn muffins you ever have. I hope she has some with her or is planning on making some for dinner. My computer guy in front of me is turning around laughing because I think he wants some of that. But Brent's a good competitor. He's been with Flynn for a few years now, and they're really getting along. You know, Flynn's a nice dog. Does well. He's a long-haired border collie. You can watch, you know, he takes his commands. He's not in there harassing the dog. He's watching the stock. Watch his head. He listens. Kind of needs to get around the other side now, Brent. Yeah, there you are. These dogs kind of starting to come in all different types of sizes, colors, hair coats, you know. Like Flynn's a long-haired. We got a medium coat. We got a short hair. We got red and white ones, black and white ones, tricolored ones. I've seen some kind of silvery-looking ones. They're all over the board. So The one thing that's in common with all these border collies that a lot of people don't know about, even the colors and stuff, is every one of them's going to have a white tip on their tail. Some are a little bit more, some a little bit less, but you start looking at them, and every one of them's got a white tip. So that's one of the genetic things in it. A lot of them are starting to have blue eyes now. Never used to have it, but a lot of them do. It might be one eye, both eyes. We had a puppy that had 2 blue eyes. We've got one at home that's got 1 blue eye. I've got another one that's got maybe like a quarter of one eye is blue. It's just different. It doesn't make a darn bit of difference, but it's interesting to see the variety of all these dogs. So Brent and Flynn did a really good job of getting them through obstacle number 2, which has been one of the more difficult obstacles to get them through. So see, Flynn, when he turns, when Brent gives him a command, he gets square. He doesn't cut into his cattle. He's got him turned, stays off of him. Now what he needs to do is bring him back on this side. Away to me, Brent. Away to me. There you go. A little bit too far. That would call that an overflank. He turned those cattle away from where he wanted to go. So now he's got him turned back. Not a major mistake in this situation, but it cost him a few seconds. So we want him just marching straight. Got a heck of a good run. He's going to be at 3 minutes, and he's going to be marching towards the sort pen. It's a good set of cattle. They're staying together. As soon as I said that, that one marches off, wants to march off by himself. But they're not fighting with the dog. They're taking direction well. So thank you very much, Steve White, and your crew for getting these cattle to the condition that they are, making them so good and so even that it's a joy to compete on them. See, Flynn just keeps enough pressure on that side to keep those cattle moving. He doesn't get up in their eye. Now this one, they're just about to miss it, so he's got to move them just a hair. Old Baldy's looking at him. There he goes. Now he's got him. Okay, now he's got his pen points, so once he's got him, he's not going to lose them. He opens up his gate. Now is the sort. This is a very difficult sort, trying to get them out of that pen in the order they have to go. So Flynn's got to do his job. Brent really needs to be on his toes. He needs to be watching his cattle. He needs to be watching his dog. Oh, man, well, how nice. Got the eye of that one. He would like that cow to stay in the front. He's got him moving to the back. That's not going to be good because that might draw the other ones out, but he gets in the back. Oh, Flynn, don't do that. Oh. Too much at the wrong time. Bummer. Now, I think that might be the end of his run because he's got to go shut that gate, and then he's got to bring them back in, and he's got to sort them all over again. So he's going to be, full score is 270. He's going to be 45 points off of that. And now these cows really don't want to play again, they'd come back down if you had a lot of time, but you don't have a lot of time, so got to start it all over again. Going good until it doesn't. Knowing Brent and Flynn, they'll go back to camp, you know. Talk about it a little bit, and they'll figure it out.
Score of 255, time is 5:59. Next up is Mike Collins and Rick, Kevin Lizzie and Cedar Top Buck, and next Carol Jones.
Okay, we're back again with Carol Gherkin and LJL Tilley from Payette, Idaho. Carol is one of our judges and or scribers in the main arena. I think I can't remember which one. And she puts on some trials, sheepdog trials at her place, I believe. She lives real close to Jeannie Biggers. And they're right across the river from each other. I think down there it's the Snake River that separates Oregon and Idaho. And Carol and Tilley are ready to go. Let's see how they do. Well, she waves for her cattle. That's a sign to our set out crew. Open the gate that she's ready, and she sends Tilley on and away. Tilley's got to go all the way around, pick those cattle up, and push them there. Nice going, nice job. Whoop, whoop. You guys can see the dust and stuff. That wind's starting to blow pretty good. All right, now we got a little problem. We got one in the pen, and he's got to get it out of the pen. Okay, got them out, put them all back together, and go to obstacle number 2.
That was a time of 2:47 and score of 270. Next up is Kevin Lippy and Cedar Top Buck, Sarah Jo Long and Molly, and Tina Glenn and Amy.
Okay, we're headed towards obstacle number 2. Oop, missed it. Now we got to turn them around. Let's see if Tilly can bring them back. We got one that's just kind of an independent thinker. I'll bring the other two to them and see if they can all stay together, and we'll go back to obstacle number 2 and try it again. Okay, got them all rounded up again. We got red in there. Now we got the black one in there. And we got the broccoli face in there. Let's see if somebody can come around this side and block them. That's good. Let's see if we get red out of there before we have a problem. Yep, but they split up. We need to keep them together. Now we're headed to obstacle number 3 over here on the left side. Tilly's got to get them kind of corralled again. Direct the front one, push the back one. Okay, now we got to block that hole at the end. Good job, Tilly. Nope, you're in the wrong place. Get out of the way. See? Nope. Yeah, good job. That's the way to do it, Tilly. Probably the biggest fault that we have with these dogs is what we call an overflank. When we give them a flank which is, away to me or come by, and they go past the point that they should to just direct the cattle, and they change the direction of the cattle that we don't want them to go, like what's happening here, that's an overflank, and that is extremely detrimental to what we're trying to do, because it changes the direction, it stops the cattle. We have to take the dog back around to the back end to restart the cattle. All that took time. Plus, we're kind of getting in the cattle's heads. We don't want to do that. See, I don't think Tilly's listening to what Carol would like her to do right now. She needs to come all the way around. There you go. So sometimes you just want to lay the dog down. Carol did a really good thing there. She thought her dog was, wasn't listening to her, didn't quite understand what she wanted to do. So she just laid her down, gave her a 5 count or whatever, and let her think about it. Now she's back in action. So hopefully she's going to get him over here to the end of the sort pen. She's about to run out of time, and I don't think she's going to make it all the way in there. But, these dogs are just like you and me. Some days we wake up and we go, hey, we're ready to tackle the world. Let's go get it done. And other days it's like, nothing's right. I don't feel like doing anything. I'm just going to sit here and watch TV. I'm going to read the comics. And I'm sure the dogs feel the same way. Some days are good days, some days aren't so good. But they try, and that's all we can do. Take them home and we try to fix what didn't work, try to work on that and make it better. So, once again, our Nutrena sponsor, our major sponsor, Loyal Life, our true brand. We really appreciate them. We've got 3 arenas. This is what they call the upper, the main arena. We have the lower cattle arena, then we have a sheep arena, and then we have a field. we got in here on Friday, and Saturday we started tarping all these arenas. You see this. I mean, we had a crew. I don't know how many people we had. Probably over a dozen. Had a number of 4-H kids helping us. A number of competitors. Yeah, I know we had over a dozen. And, you know, it takes most of a day to get these things done, stretch all this black tarp out and get it tied up and make it like this so the cattle can't see out and everybody can see over the top of it, and makes it better for the cattle and the competitors. So it's a big job, and that's just what we do to get started. You know, that's just one little thing. It's nothing to what goes on behind the scenes to make this thing happen. So a big thank you to everybody that's participated, a big thank you to everybody who's helped make it happen, and especially all the sponsors that have contributed and made it such a wonderful event for all of us to come and enjoy the sport we do like. So now we've got Cindy Coleman with MISR June from Weiser, Idaho. You know, we saw Cindy a while ago with her good dog Mert, who I love. He's such a cool little dog. And this MISR is Mill Iron S Ranch. That's Steve and Sherry White. They're in Bancroft, Idaho. You'll see several dogs here this week that have that MISR in front of their name. It's just a designation of where they came from. So Steve and Sherry have been major forces in here to expand this sport to where it is today and bring new people into it. So we really appreciate everything they've done. So Cindy and June are on to obstacle number 2. Looks like she's got a nice set of cattle that are moving nicely, sticking together, taking the direction of June. Cindy is an excellent cattle woman. You know, she knows cattle. She can read cattle. Her husband's a vet there in Weiser. June does a good job of coming over and covering that hole. Now she's going to cross over and get them back to the fence. A little bit too far. See how she changed direction on that, and they started coming back. But Cindy got her back and redirects her. The cattle are marching to where they have to. Now June is going to have to turn them into that. Better get going. There you are. Good job. Now she's going to bring her back this way and push them to the back fence. Nice job, Cindy. So again, it's a team sport. The handler's the quarterback. Dog's kind of like our running back. Here's the ball. Now do what I told you to do. You know, go make a touchdown. You know. June's getting a little excited. Put a little heel bite in there, but that's that overflank that I was telling you about, that we were talking about. She went all the way around. The cattle were marching in this direction. Cindy sent her around to kind of push them to the back fence, and she went too far. Let's see if she does it again. No, she got a good stop on her that time. She's going to push her up here again. She's got to keep her kind of on that back fence to make through that obstacle. There she goes. Now they've all pointed. Now they're going to come down the fence line to the sort pen. She's got a nice run going. She can have a good time, but she needs to get all her points. You know, this course is pretty tough on these cattle. And it's a short course time-wise. Steve's only given us 6 minutes to run this thing, so you can't make a lot of mistakes and get to the end and have time to do that sort. That sort's complicated. And in most cases, it's not going to happen right now. You're going to have to work your dog. You're going to have to work yourself to get your cattle in the right position to get out of the right gate at the right time. Otherwise, you're going to screw it up. So Cindy's marching down there. She's got them all under control. She's going to have to come out here and push this one on the left on our left to our right, like she's doing, and march them right into the pen. So she's got about 45 seconds to get them sorted if she doesn't lose this one. Oop. She's in there at 4.5 minutes. She's got him pinned. She's got another minute and a half to go to get him sorted. That's plenty of time. Just got to take her time and do it right. Okay. Did it go? June put a little heel bite on there, kind of pushed everything to her. Cindy had to kind of shut that gate and reopen it. It's a game of inches. You know, Cindy's got to back up enough to let that cow go forward. Now he says, I don't want to go forward. I don't like where you are. So she's going to move June up and put a little pressure on, maybe move another one, but now we got two standing neck and neck. And if June gets in there too much, two of them are going to crash in and maybe run over Cindy, which we don't want to happen. So she's going to switch sides and see if we can work from that side. Now that might work. You know, a cow sees that opening and he walks out, she's going to be in good shape. No, this is where the teamwork comes in. You know, if June gets up there too close, going to jam everything right on top of Cindy. Nice job. I don't... game over. So Cindy and June go back to camp, relax a little bit, cuddle up, and talk about it. So. All right, well, here comes my good friend and director of one of the directors of Mountain States Stock Dog Association, Clyde McCourt. He and his wife, Doreen, are directors. They were one of the founding people, along with Steve White and Sherry and Jeannie. So this is his older dog, Spud. Spud's quite a character. And again, you see that MISR. So that tells us that Clyde got that dog from Steve and Sherry White. McCourts live there in Wellington, Utah, which is, what a cool little town. You ever get there, you got to go to the Cowboy Bar. Best steak in town. Let's see how Clyde and Spud do. Spud's a veteran. And I just love to watch the intensity on these dogs. You know, oh, come on, Spud, we didn't need that. That was a cheap shot. All right, get that out of your system. Okay. You know, when you watch these dogs, you want them to work with their tail down. So that wasn't a good move either. Come on, Spud, shape up. So watch them when they work. Their tails are down. You get a dog with his tail up, he's playing. He's not working, you know. Ears are up, you know. He's intense. He's ready to go. He's trying to listen for the command. Yeah, Send me, Dad. Send me. Oh, a little bit. So now that cow goes in, and now that pen is dirty because that cow went in a wrong hole. So he has to take them all out. He can take them out any hole, just push them out, and they got to turn around and come back in the right, correct hole. Let's see what he does. All right. Okay. Clyde's going to go out there and he's going to change it up a little bit. You know, it wasn't working good with him down on this end, Spud on the other. So he's going to swap ends with him and see if we can get him crammed into that pen. Wind's really starting to come up. I hear things blowing around here in the bleachers.
Good try there, Tina, at the end. That was awesome. Tina and Ace got a score of 225 and the time is 6 minutes. This will be the last run of our class today. Tyson Hepworth and MISR Brewster.
Yeah, it looks like Clyde and Spud are having a little problems on it. They got one that doesn't cooperate. You know, sometimes when this happens, it's just a matter of just training on your dog. You know, you got to go out there and help them and get something good out of it. You know, like to leave on a good note, even if you're not winning, things aren't going 100%. If you can just get something good out of it, you know, make your dog feel like a winner, that he's done the right thing. So I think that's what Clyde's trying to do right now. I'm not quite sure that Clyde's having quite as much fun as Spud is out there, you know. Spud still looks like he's having a good time. Clyde's probably not seeing the fun in all of this. But I'm sure if I buy him a drink this evening, he'll be fine. Yeah, there's 6 minutes for Spud and Clyde. – Okay, here we are with DJ Anderson and A1 Jolene. DJ and his wife, Lauren, put on some trials out of Logan, Utah. At the university. He works for University of Utah there. I think he's in charge of the sheep unit, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm good. You want me to leave this here? You want? No, I'm good. All right. Thank you all for checking on the old guy. Okay. Go for it. Okay. Yeah. Here comes my buddy Steve White. DJ and Jolene made it through obstacle number 1. Now tomorrow, make sure you tune in for the old timers class. What time is the old timers? It's going to be after the. Oh, I will. Hang on.
Turn me on, big boy.
You're
there it
on,
is.
baby.
The old timers is tomorrow, directly after. Is it tomorrow?
Yeah. Tuesday.
Directly after the
nursery.
Yeah.
In this arena, the
In
big
this
arena.
arena. Yeah.
That'd be cool. You guys don't want to miss this. Steve's going to commentate. He's something to listen to.
Oh, I don't know. about
He's
that.
my buddy. He's my buddy. You guys ever want to take a trip, go with him. I'll tell you, he'll make it good.
We have a good time.
I'll tell you what.
DJ and Jolene, I'm going to tell you. So DJ came up to my house and was working cattle and breaking in cattle with me a couple weeks ago. And if Jolene was my next up-and-coming dog, I'd be way excited.
Uh-huh.
She's super nice.
She's a young dog.
young dog, super nice dog.
All the dogs I've seen him with, he handles them well. He knows what he's doing.
He's had some good ones.
Yeah.
He's had some really good ones.
Yeah.
Dog of the year, he was.
Yes,
with his Grace dog. So this
nursery.
No, intermediate. This is
Intermediate?
his last intermediate. He's
Oh,
open.
okay.
He actually ran in the open at my house the other day because we're already into the 2025
Okay.
season. So,
Forgot about that. Yeah.
Elliot, you're making me cold.
Here, come under my blanket.
Where's your 10,000 point coat?
Well, it's not supposed to be this cold in June.
You left it home.
Yeah.
Oh my hell.
The one time I got really.
I'm all right.
Yeah. All right. Let's see how we're doing.
He's got it going on right
Oh,
now.
yeah. He's got a run hand going on.
There we go.
There
we got
we
Dave.
are. Now
Dave,
we got to see something.
Dave had to spill off. Our poor kids are out there
Yeah,
freezing.
they're freezing. The wind is colder than all
Coldest
get out.
place here is under the stinking bleachers watching
Okay,
this.
well, he's in the pen in under 3 minutes.
Yeah, 2:49. And what's I'm trying to remember what was leading it right now. 3:25.
Yeah.
DJ knows stock though. Watch this right
He
here.
does. Watch this.
Puts on one of the bigger cattle dog trials in the Cash Cattle Challenge.
Mm-hmm. Here's where the timing comes in. Half a step makes the difference.
Okay, but right here, he's got to be
he's
able
gonna
to
be
hold
cool.
them
Yeah.
with their faces on this end, looking forward.
There you go.
Come on, DJ. And look at him. He went around the back and covered
Mhm.
it up, which most people aren't doing. Oh, he isn't all the way around the
Yeah.
back. Yeah, DJ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice
Good
run.
DJ. That's
326.
326. I
Yep.
think 327 was leading it.
I tell you what, if he's not leading it, he's right next to it. That's the problem, Steve, with being up front and having a really good run. You got so many
Yeah, I
good
know.
dogs
I
behind
know.
you, that it's just.
If I'm running up front and have a good run, I leave. I don't want to watch everybody else. I'd rather be disappointed one time when they say, you didn't win.
You
took
didn't win
fifth,"
anything.
Then be disappointed 4 times every time that they beat you.
Yeah.
Yeah, Stephanie went to the sheep arena to commentate. Good run, Tyson. You said it right.
I'll tell you, Steve, one thing about this deal, with all the sponsors and the handlers, the dogs, your crew, how many people? I said there's over 25, between the stock setters and
Oh,
you
my
know,
stock.
horseback setters and
We're way over 25. I think on our payroll with stock setters, commentators, everything, we were like 50 judges, scribes, backup scribes, clothing. The food. I mean, it takes 2 full-time people just to run food. Did they feed you at all today?
I went and got a sandwich. Yeah.
Well, they didn't come check on you. Anyways, we're over 50 people
Oh,
to keep this running for the week.
I got a checker. You mean?
Huh?
I got somebody who comes checks on me.
They're supposed to be.
I think they forgot. I went down and got a burrito this morning.
Do you want something right now?
No, Kathy and I split a hamburger.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here's Ray Temple and RCC Gin.
Him and his wife both running here at
Yes,
the finals.
yep.
Another family.
Him and Roberta. They're from Lexington, Oregon.
Ray was reserve intermediate dog of the year this year, so he
Was
is
he?
now in the open.
Okay.
Yeah, will be his last intermediate. What the heck's the word I'm looking for? Last time being an intermediate. I was going to say something about his show. So Sherry's the one with the good vocabulary, not me.
Yeah, we just make it up.
Yeah, we just
Our
Dubois.
our
I was
wives
gonna
are a
say
lot smarter
Dubois
than
or
us.
Dubois.
Yeah.
It's his last Dubois.
Last hurrah.
Hoorah.
Hurrah.
Displaying hoorah is a
Hoorah.
Dubois, just so you know.
4-H kids are doing good on the food booth out there. I've eaten
Yep,
there. My
they're
burrito
doing-
this morning.
They make the best burritos.
Yeah. Oh,
all
yeah.
those kids.
Yeah.
Actually, and the corn dog lady. I mean, I haven't had one of her corn dogs since a year ago. And I could have ate 12 of them today. And she's also one of our sponsors. You know, that's what's really cool here.
I don't think I did a big one last year, and I couldn't finish it.
Oh, I ate the whole thing today.
Well, I take that back. I did finish it, but then I was miserable.
I wasn't miserable, but I'm fatter than you.
Yeah, well,
It felt real
and you're
good.
younger.
Not much.
Oh, yeah.
Got a good job right here,
Yeah.
number 2.
Oh, he missed one.
You guys, it works out the best if you can keep it from going in there because
Mm-hmm.
the cow will pattern
Yes.
that behavior in that hole. And so he knows that he went in that one, so the next time he's going to have to work
Yeah.
twice as hard to keep him out of that one.
And they know when they skirt it, too.
Yes.
You know, it seems like they just train themselves.
Yes.
So now that they've got them all the way out, you know, he can go around. All he's got to do is turn them around, put them right back in that same hole.
Yep.
Let's see how it works. Now, Red's going to walk right around it until he's forced.
See, he
in
wants
there.
to go back the way he just came.
Yeah.
Man, the Open got wicked today.
They had some good runs
Good
in there.
laws, I got wicked. Good job, Ray. So tomorrow, I believe in the big main arena, Loyal Life Arena, we have the nursery cattle.
Nursery cattle.
In the
in
lower
there.
arena, the Loyal True Arena, we have
Novice cattle.
novice cattle. We have open and intermediate sheep in the True Immune Arena. And then tomorrow's the
Yeah,
first
got the
day out in the
field.
field. The Neutrino Ultimate Field.
So the open sheep, then intermediate sheep.
No, intermediate sheep, then open sheep.
Damn.
I know, that's what I say.
What time handlers meet is going to be the same as they were today?
Don't get me asking about
Okay.
questions
I don't
right
want to
now.
confuse you.
We'll start in the field at 7 a.m. Make sure to pull up that on the live stream. Have the national anthem and the flags out there, and when that gets
Oh, cool.
done, you guys, this is cool. We unload them out of trucks way 349 yards away is what the outrun is.
Oh, that's cool.
All out working the field. It's amazing to watch.
Yeah. Several years we've, I pulled them out in trailers, trailered them from the corrals out and stuff. That's always fun to do and just watch the start of it, watch those dogs come out after you.
9 years ago, you helped me put on the first finals here.
Yeah. Yeah.
9 years ago, we trailered them out, and you drove all them loads out there
Yeah.
yourself.
How many years were you in Grace? 2 or
We were in
3?
We were in Grace for 2.
2?
Yeah, and then
Okay.
I put on another association finals here.
Mm-hmm.
The same year, did the second year in Grace,
Right.
and then I quit the other association and just pushed the Mountain States. Now it's the biggest in the country, and we've been here ever since.
Yeah. This is a hell of a home.
Yeah, this is a good home.
Community comes out. I love to see the people in the grandstands. The week
Yeah.
goes on, and then Saturday is the kids' day.
Yeah, Saturday's
Oh,
face
man.
paintings. Look at this, Ray Temple. Good job.
Yep.
That's a good set and kept them good. You know, that's what
Kept
people
them
don't
quiet.
understand. Now, here's the problem.
Yeah.
That calf's going backwards.
Mm-hmm.
Now his draw's backwards. Ray knows that. I bet he goes all the way to the
He
back
is.
of the
He's
pen.
going all the way. No,
Nope,
he didn't.
no.
He-
No, he's going to risk it. It's going to work, though.
Mm-hmm.
Ray Temple right there, 4:07,
10.
8, 9, 10.
4:10.
4:10. Good job, Elliot.
Mm-hmm.
That's the official score, right, or the official time right there. Full score, 270 will be his score in a time of 4:10.
Yeah. There's been a number of full scores down there. Not a lot.
No.
Not a
no,
lot.
No, I just went down there and looked a minute ago. I think it was 7.
Seven? Oh, I
7.
think there are more than 7.
No, I don't think so. That would have made 8. Cindy Coleman would have
I was thinking they're about 10 now.
maybe 10.
10,
Yeah, you're
12.
probably right.
Yeah, here's Nutrena, our major sponsor again. We appreciate that. We can't do it without them. You know, all our sponsors, every single one of them, help put
We
this thing
can't
together.
do it without my sponsors. I can't do it without my commentators. I can't do it without my stock setters.
It's a family deal.
Yeah, it's
You know,
the food vendors that are here are unreal.
they're everything. I mean,
Hey.
the camp, just camping,
The camping,
just
unreal.
being here, just the fairgrounds. You know, it's
There's our deluxe sponsors, HR Stock Dogs. That's James and Verona Butler. Windmill Stock Dogs. We appreciate them also. SBL Engineering, JB Waterwell, Flying Fins Border Collie. We appreciate all those guys and their help being able to put this event on. Did you guys get have they been playing any of the commercials that Oakley's been making? Any of the videos that Oakley's been making?
I haven't seen those.
Do we have them already? What's our production guy's name?
Well,
I don't know. I don't want to call him wrong name. He looks like he whip our butt. All right. Doreen McCourt and MISR Maggie. Whoop.
oh, there's Maggie.
I sold her this pup like 10 years ago, you guys, as a puppy, and that started the friendship between me and Clyde and Doreen. They were one of the ones that helped me get started with Mountain States, and they're still on the board right now. She does a lot. Clyde's done their exhausting sheep. They do a lot for the association.
They're great people. Just
They're
to be
great
around.
people, good
Just
friends.
to be around. We spend a lot of time with them during the year. Hope we get to keep doing
Hey,
that. You know.
the best calf to draw at this finals. That black Bronco face calf right there with the painted up right leg.
Yeah.
My kids call him Spider.
Oh, he's the one, huh?
They say
I'll be
he's the
looking
one to
for him.
win on.
He don't look like he's getting too excited about anything.
No,
Let's see
he's
if he
pretty
gets out
cool.
in front. and-
They're actually winning the Open with him. Earlier, me and Stockton was watching. He come out and he goes, "Oh, there's my Spider tingles or something." He goes, "Here comes Spider." And he's real good. You get a couple thousand calves at the house, and the boys they'll pick out 2 or 3 of them and name them.
Name 'em,
Know 'em.
yeah.
They call him Spider.
Was it Sam that had all them Coriani?
Sam did. Yep,
Yeah.
Sam
Do you
did.
still have them?
No, he sold them, bought some more sheep.
Oh.
He's in the sheep business with me and you.
All right. Yeah. Am I going to get a lamb chop out of that deal
You
one
ready
day?
for a lamb chop?
Well, something.
All right, I'll get you a lamb chop.
No, I'm just kidding.
If we have any bad sheep runs down there, we might have lamb
We'll have
chops
lamb
this
chop.
week, Doreen and Maggie, Maggie will have a tendency to get in there and want to push on
Yeah,
one right there.
Right there.
Gosh darn it.
You just-
And then the cattle aren't taking that very good today.
no, that's been
You
the
got-
problem.
You got to get back around in front of him and turn him around instead of chasing him off and kind of nipping at him.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Staying off of them. How a lot of these dogs. You watch them, and when they flank the dog, they just lift their shoulder and square up.
Yep,
And,
yep.
That's what you really want. That takes the pressure off the cattle, lets the cattle relax. All these dogs are good out here. Sometimes even the really good ones have a bad day, and they get in there and they want to slice in a little bit too tight. And you can see when they get in there too tight how it makes the cattle a little bit more nervous.
Yep. Yep.
They're just not paying attention. They're too worried about the dog. What's that dog going to do to me?
Yep. They don't trust it.
Yeah.
Oh, she bit Spider.
Oh, poor
Now
now
Spider's
Spider's
bad.
now a bad girl. Now look at that.
Spider
Come on
might-
back.
Yeah.
How many more runs they got in the sheep pen?
I'm not sure in the sheep. I can check real quick,
Yeah,
though.
no big deal.
No, I'll
I
check.
thought there was about 20.
I don't know. They're going through them pretty good. There's some good sheep runs there.
Yeah.
How many do you have left in the sheep arena?
What's that?
How many do we have left in the sheep arena?
There's 8 left.
Thank you. Looks like there's 8 left if you want to get on down there.
We only have 13 left.
13 here.
Mm-hmm.
I think Stockton should be coming up. My son should be coming up here in a
Yeah,
little
let's
bit.
see.
He's 55.
Oh,
So
well, Doreen's 49.
it's about 6 more.
Yeah. So
Hopefully he'll figure it out. I might sneak away and go down there and watch him run his dog.
I would. After Doreen, we got Dwayne Hayes and Jess.
Ooh, there's a good
Yeah.
one.
Sarah Venegas and Pot. Is that Pot?
Pote.
Pote? French.
I don't know. But I know that's how she says it. Pote.
Pote. John Stadelmeyer and Gus. Lorena Collins and Sky. Michael Bartlett and MB. Or Sis. Ray Temple Striker. RJ and Rowe. Shane and Roxy. Stockton White, number 58 with Bug. Trevor and Shep. Zach and May. Kylie and Dolly. And this ended out Jennifer and Whiskey. So
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but that looks like rain to the west of us. boss.
I don't want to hear that.
Okay, probably snow.
It's supposed to be cold, about 28 tomorrow morning.
Yep, it'll be a little chilly.
I might turn the fireplace on. Yeah. Okay, Doreen and Maggie are still working at this deal. You know, when things aren't going right, it just seems like it's forever, and you try to get the best out of what you can. You know, if it's not right, it's not right. You know, sometimes your dog, you know, like Maggie running in there taking a cheap bite. That's not what she normally does. But look at her; her tail's up in the air. She's playing around. Doreen just called her back. And, I think Doreen called time and saw that she wasn't getting anything done, didn't want to get Maggie hurt. And
Oh, she loves that darn old Maggie.
they'll go back and have the Cam have they'll have a drink and
They'll
have a talk.
drink and they'll have a talk and
and
everything will be better.
Maggie will lay up on the couch and
Yeah, eat a potato chip.
it'll be fine.
Maggie will lay on the couch. She'll make Clyde sit in a chair.
Yeah, Clyde told me that.
Dave, was you able to get any of those? What's that? Was you able to get any of those from Oakley to make it work? Or did they not work?
Whoa! Sorry, guys.
Yeah, just $100,000.
Shit. That wind was starting to move everything. Okay. I'm good. Yeah, everything's good there.
Will those work, Dave? Dave, what about the live results? We plugged them in. We're keeping it updated. Is that like you guys posted them? Results was awesome.
Yeah, so every 10 she said she was.
Yeah. Is there a way to keep doing that, like throughout
Yeah,
the
I've
day?
got to train him. So yeah, we will
You're
tomorrow.
cold, ain't you?
That's the plan.
I'm freezing. I'm freezing. My poor skinny friend over here is way cold.
I know. Look at that. But yeah, so tomorrow we'll make sure.
Okay, we're back on with Dwayne Hayes and Jess. Dwayne's from New Plymouth, Idaho, right up on the Snake River.
When are you up next?
Just goes around,
Go down to
picks them up. Rating the dogs rating the cattle real nice. You done? Okay. Look at how nice this dog's working. Look at how nice the cattle are cooperating. He stays off. There's a bubble around there. We don't want that dog inside the bubble. Whoop. Just as I say something nice, the dog does something not so nice. Okay. Got him looking in. Good job. He's going to send Jess all the way around, block that hole, send him out the right way. Now he hopefully will send him on the away. Come on, Jess, I don't see you yet, but he's out there somewhere. There he is. He's in the right spot. Like we've talked about, this is just a matter of inches, you know. I mean, everything looks like it's going really good. And of course, when you're working these dogs and cattle from a distance, especially as your eyes get a little older, your depth perception is not as good, so you tend to make mistakes, and that's what that's what we see sometimes. Is you think they're going right for the opening, and next thing you know, they're going past the opening. So, but Dwayne's doing a really good job of controlling the cattle, control the lead cow, push the back cow. Gonna turn him right around that corner and bring him right to the sort pen. He's got a super run going. He's 230 and he's on his way. Nice going, guys. That is just super. Those cattle, when they just march in there like that, everybody thinks, oh, that's just a great set of cattle. Well, kudos to Steve White for making them good. But you can screw up a good set real fast. It's really hard to make a bad set good. And Dwayne's doing a really good job of making this good set good, keeping it good. Now let's see how he does on his sort. This is the touchy thing. I mean, it can happen or it cannot happen. It can do it in a heartbeat. He's got them all kind of jammed up there in one deal. He's got to get one of them to look at that gate and just walk out. We've got to have one out this gate. Then he's got to go latch the gate, and he's get the other two out. So he's trying to coax Jess up to create some movement of those cattle and get them turned in the right direction. Now we've got a leader. Good job, Dwayne. I know if he jumped in front of me, I'd definitely turn around. He's a big guy. Let's see what happens. You're doing a good job. Good job. 4 minutes. What do we got? 3:59. I'd have called that 4 minutes. That's pretty darn close. 3:59.58. Good job, Dwayne Hayes and Jess. That was a nice run with Sarah and Pote from Haines, Oregon. Okay, we're coming down to our last number of competitors here. They're done in the main arena with the Open. They finished up a little bit ago. They started at 7 this morning. And then the Sheep Arenas, I think they're just finishing up just about now. They started at 8, and we are getting ready to finish up pretty soon. We got a little bit more. We got another 10, 11 dogs. We started at 9 in this arena, so it's 4 o'clock now. Here's John Stottlemyre and Gus from Luther, Oklahoma. Okay, John and Gus, let's see, they're on obstacle number 2 now. Let's see how they work that one. It's always fun sitting here with Steve. You know, he's always got so much knowledge to add and got such a gift to gab. Fun guy to be with, smart cattle guy, knows what he's doing. He cares about other people. I mean, I can't say enough good things about the guy and his family. He left me here. His oldest boy, Stockton, is going to be running down in this arena in the intermediate class in just a little bit. So he wanted to go down there and see him. So John's going on obstacle number 3. He entered the wrong entrance there. He's got to take him out and enter on this lower side. Now he's got him lined out. Cattle just don't want to cooperate for Gus. You know, he's doing a good job. You know, you just got to be there at the right time. I'm telling you, in a heartbeat, you can go from champ to chump in just no time at all. I mean, and it only takes a second. You know, you're a half a second late on your command, your dog doesn't get there, and the cattle are going in a different direction. We keep trying. We keep trying to make it better, make ourselves better. Dogs are always good. Just want to do the best we can. Nice job, Gus. Yeah. Okay, that was an overflank where he went to the head and he got up too high. He's got these cattle coming back this way. Now John's got to get him around on this side and push him up to the back end of the arena. Okay, he's got him going pretty good. He's still got plenty of time. He's got almost 2 minutes left. So he's going to the sort pen now. Got to get him pinned. He gets 15 points per head. So 45 points to get him into the sort pen. Each obstacle is worth 45 points if he gets all the cattle through. So let's see how he does. The other cattle want to kind of veer off of that side. You know, they'll go back, but you got to push them. That's not their desired path. Gus needs to get up there like he had and just kind of point their head in the right direction. You got to let them go where they want to go.
Connor needs that stop money, man. He's going $100 off. $100 worth a lot more there.
John's going to get Gus in position. He's got to get himself in position. He's got to get his dog in position. Can't let him go out the back end. Got to turn him. This doesn't look that hard, but the way it's set up, it makes it very difficult to make this sort where you got to push one out this hole first and then two out the other one. So John's up pretty high, but he's worried that one's going to go out the back end on him, and there goes his 6 minutes, so he'll just close his gate and run him out. Did a good job. I can't say thanks enough to all our sponsors. Nutrena, of course, you know, major sponsor, helped so much make this happen. So, you know, their products are #1, and hopefully tomorrow or the next day, their reps will be here. We'll get an opportunity to sit down and pick their brains a little bit about their products and ask nutritional questions and things. So look forward to that. I had a good time last year talking with them, you know, and hopefully we'll get another chance to do it this year. Next Level Dog Food. You know, again, another excellent product, another excellent sponsor. We really appreciate it. They've got a booth set up over here on the side, so if any of our competitors are here, you know, you want to know something about it, go over and talk to them. They got some samples set out as well. The Nutrena people also have the booth there and doing the same thing. So go over and talk to them. Do what's best for your dog. Okay, now we got Lorena Collins and Sky from Moore, Idaho. Whoops, a little confusion here. Sky was confused on which way he was supposed to go there. Lorena got him straightened out and sends him around. He bumps him a little bit and starts him moving. Here we go. Direct the front one. Go back and push the back one. They're headed right for it. She stops him. Good job. About 35 seconds for the fetch. That's a good fetch time. That'll be the tiebreaker if the score and their total time is the same. Don't forget, for the total, you've got to combine all 3 runs that the competitors will have to get through the finals. We'll have 2 full runs, and they'll take about the top 20 back to the finals. They'll do that on Saturday, and then the champion will be the one with the most points and the lowest time, and if there's a tie right there between points and time, they'll go down to the total fetch time. Good job. Oh, just a little bit. Sky's doing a really good job of controlling these cattle and not busting them up. I like this little dog. He's responsive. He's got his head down low. He's got his tail. Look at how quick he moves when she gives him command. He squares up, he lifts his shoulder up, and he takes off square. Stops when she asks him to. Patiently waits. Goes around. Nice work. Not overflanking. Keeping these cattle going in the straight direction. Oh. There you go. Yep, straight line to that corner is what you're looking for. Just like that. Nice little trot. Cattle go over there. Got to get them pushed over to the fence a little bit. Doesn't take much. Good job. Don't turn them around, Sky. Lorena's doing a really nice job controlling this dog. And the dog's doing a good job controlling the cattle. So, like we say, it's a team sport. Lorena's the quarterback. Sky's the running back. She's going to give him the ball and tell him to make a touchdown. So, just marching like soldiers right into the sword pen. They're at 3 minutes. They got lots of time to get this to happen. So, sometimes this takes up a lot of time, and sometimes it just all goes to hell in a handbasket. See, Sky left his post and one started to walk out the back because there's nobody standing there guarding it. So that's where it gets touchy. And now we got them all crammed up into one corner where if one breaks, they all might break. And oh, nice going, Lorena. Doing that when that one cow that came out turned around, went back up, that drew the other cows to the back. But Sky did a good job of controlling them. She's still going to have a good run. She's got a full score run. And that's what she needs. So nice job, Lorena and Sky. 4:19. Well, I can't say enough about this cattle crew. Both our set-out crews at all the arenas that have been working in those cattle and sheep pens all day, and our horseback crew that exhausts them out of these cattle pens. And here comes Michael Bartlett and Sis. So let's see what they do. Mike's a heck of a good hand with both horses, mules, and dogs. He's got a mule here for the old timers class tomorrow. He'll be riding his good mule. And I don't know which dog he's going to be showing. It could be Sis, but it'll be fun. So tomorrow, don't forget to tune in for the old timers class. It's going to be a horseback class in the big arena. Steve White's going to moderate. That's always going to be fun because he's definitely got some stories to tell about everybody. Hope he doesn't tell any bad ones about me. Okay, Mike's got them kind of lined up. You just got to get them moving. It's just coming over and kind of blocking it, but they just want to draw out this way. I don't know why, but they go back pretty easy. Now they're marching in. If he can get Sis to come all the way around. Didn't even need, maybe he could walk down there. I can't see on the screen, but let's see, gets them all over. Gets them up there and stop, turns them. A little more, a little more, a little more. There you go. Direct to front, push to back. There you are. Uh-oh. Oh, good thing they all slowed down for you, Sis. You're a little late on that. Oh. All right, now that one, if those other two stood there, he can bring that one all the way around. Now they're all the way out, so he's got to bring them all the way back, either through or around, and re-enter the correct way. We've got to drive them out of this panel, all the way past that panel, right there. Now she can turn them around and push them back in and get them out to correct the hole. Mike's going to get up there and give her a little bit of assistance. He can only go so far, and he's about that pole that you see on the right. That's the end of his advancement. He can't go any farther. He's got one out, two, and he's going to get all three of them. He sends them around on the wayside and sends them to the back corner. He's got it made. Okay. Looks like they're through obstacle number 4. And now they'll be coming down the fence to obstacle number 5. Sis, what was that all about? That was no good. You know, those dogs probably get as frustrated as us humans do when things aren't going exactly right. And they just want to make something happen. And sometimes they do just like that. They just turn them around, and there was no reason for that. She just got excited and said, we got to have something happen. Okay, Mike's at about 4.5 minutes. He's got a minute and a half to get them in and sorted, which is plenty of time if everything goes pretty right. Okay, we're in the pen at 5 minutes. Mike's got to get them out now. Oop, See that half a step that he was taking stopped that front cow, but he was worried about the second cow. Nice job. That's not the one he expected, but that's the one he took. "20 seconds. I think he's going to do it." Yep. Good job, Michael Bartlett and Sis. 5:51. Okay. Thanks again to our reserve champion buckle sponsors, Rising W. Kelpie's, Spade B Stock Dogs, SLV Stock Dogs, Hurlman Stock Dogs, Morrow Enterprises, and Got Dogs. So thank you all very much for helping making this such a great event. We appreciate it. We wish it was a hair warmer here, but we appreciate being here. All right, we got Ray Temple from Lexington, Oregon with his dog Striker. You've seen Ray a couple times in here previously with his other dogs. And I think Striker is his last one for the day. There he goes. He's on the way to me. Let's see what he does. You know, he's got 3 different ones. He should be able to identify this. One of the things that we try to do is identify our cattle when they come out. You know, he's got a white face, he's got a black one, he's got a red one. So when you see that, you got them separated. It's not always this easy. This is pretty easy. Even I can do it. But then you want to figure out which one's your leader, which one's your troublemaker, you know. So if you got a troublemaker, you want to try to put him in the middle of the leader, kind of keep them together. He'll follow the leader. But if you put the troublemaker up front, you know, he's just going to sometimes run away, and then everybody's going to be standing there running after him. So when you look at these, that's just one more thing to think about. That's what the handler is trying to figure out is, who's my leader? Who's the one that's going to lead these other ones, and who's my troublemaker? So when you guys are sitting at home, use it as a training mechanism. You figure it out. No. Alrighty, I think he's okay. I think he got those 2 out. The red one wasn't in, but that's all right. Nothing came in a bad hole, so he wasn't dirty, and he's moving on. So he's in good shape. Striker goes out there, turns him. Again, a little bit of an overflank. See, now they're pointed out in the wrong direction. In this, you know, when you're in the middle and you're not going right for an obstacle that's real close, not a big deal. It cost him a second or 2. But he got them straightened out, and they're on a trot. That's a good set to have. He's really moving along. They're headed to, and they're going through obstacle number 4, and they're still at a trot. If he can turn them and keep a little bit of pressure on them without pressuring them too much, they're going to trot right into obstacle number 5. He's got a fantastic run going here. Direct the front one, push the back one. Okay, he's in there in 2.5 minutes. He's in pretty good shape. He's in darn good shape. This is where it gets good or gets bad real quick. Come on, Baldy, just take a couple more steps. Oh, Striker got in there. That could have been a complete disaster, but it turned out pretty good so far. Let's see if Ray can get that open. That bald face one is standing right there in front, going to draw the other ones out, hopefully. Yep. You got a good run. Good run. 328. Nice run, Ray Temple and Striker. Okay, our champion buckle sponsors: Sheer Bliss, Weymouth Stock Dogs, West Coast Cow Dogs, Morrow Enterprises, WJB Water Wells, Red Baron Drive-In with the best hamburgers in town, Alpine Medical Clinic, Creeper Border Collies, Sonny and Abigail from Thayer, Kansas, where it's about 100 degrees back there, I heard. Okay, we've got R.J. Thewson and Rowe, Shane Ellingwood and Roxy, Stockton White and Bug, Trevor and Shep, Zach Brady and May, Kylie Emery and Dolly, and then Jennifer Smith and MISR Whiskey Girl, our last competitor of the day. Be looking to see Jen. Okay, here's RJ and Rowe. Jed. This is Jed. Jed's got these cattle moving pretty good. Let's see if he moves them in the right direction. RJ's out there trying to lend a hand. Well, these cattle are a little bit harder to identify. You got two black steers and a black heifer. How do you identify them? Well, one could be a little bit smaller, one could be a little bit taller, one might have a light spot or a poop spot on the side, or, you know, have an ear crop, have a broken tail, be taller, be shorter. RJ and Jed are from St. Anthony, Idaho, up there by the big sand dunes. RJ owns a Les Schwab dealership, so if you guys need any tires or batteries or anything, give him a call. He's also a great pilot. Nice job getting him in there. Ooh. RJ kind of steps up there to block that hole and sends Jed around to the other side to block the bad exit. It's around. Not quite enough bend to get him in, so he's got to go back there and try again. Good job. Comes around and bends them out. See, those are handler errors, I think, right there, where the dog overflanks and comes around in front of them. I'd bring the dog back behind them and push them out. In this situation, it's not that big of a deal, but it did cost some time, and it stalled him out. He had to come restart them. Now, these cattle started pretty good, but you can see he's on the wrong side of those cattle and kind of losing them. We've got to go in back of that number 4. So right there is where he made his point. Just coming across that line is all he had to do. So now he's coming down to the pin and the sword. He's got one out in front. Just leave that one alone. Got this one going to kind of miss it. There you go. Got one in the pen. Got 2 in the pen, looks like. But he's got one outside, kind of a lone duck. And now he's got to get them back in without getting the other ones out, hopefully. Yeah, he cooperated pretty good. Once he gets them in, then he can start his sort. Yeah, he's got them out, so he can't start his sort. He's got to get them back in. So... Okay, he's got one in, and looks like he might have 2 in. The third one was liable to follow. Oh, look at this. That one should go in now, hopefully, and that other one doesn't walk out the other side. Okay, so he's got him in. He's got his gate open. He's got about almost 30 seconds left. He can do it. Nice job. Yep. There we go. Another good run. Full score run, 540. Good job, RJ and Jed. Okay. Don't forget that Apex auction coming up. Here's a little ad for it. They're one of our sponsors. Appreciate it. There's going to be a bunch of good dogs in there. I don't know how many dogs they take, but it's a good sale. Like I've said before, there's a dog or 2 that are competing here, so you'll be able to watch them all week if you are interested in them. Take a look at them. Get involved. Okay. The crew have cleared out that arena, and we're about up for our next competitor. Okay, we've got Shane Ellenwood and Roxy. We've seen Shane before. I think he had a pretty good run. If I remember right, I think he just missed his sort. We had a good run going. So, how'd it go down on the sheep arena?
Good. Got them all done?
We're all done. All right.
James and winning are the 216.
Well, naturally. Okay, here comes Shane and Roxy. They're all set. We're running here in the lower arena, the Nutrena True Arena. Intermediate cattle round 1. Cattle started drifting off to the side, so Roxy had to kind of cut in there and get them straightened out. She did a good job. Gets them through the fetch. Let's see how he approaches this obstacle number 2. This is the one that's taken everybody the most amount of time in most cases to get in and through this one. It's just, for some reason, the cattle don't see the opening, don't want to go in. And just as I say that, here's a set that walk right in. Roxy comes around and blocks that hole. Good job. We need to send her on the away and bring her back to the obstacle. There she is. Okay, they're walking right for her. She's got to get over there and block them. We're going to have one miss it. Nope, she got an second one. Third one missed it. I didn't see that one coming. Okay, now she's kind of trapped in there, and we got one. Okay, now if he can bring that white face around without losing those other ones out the bad hole, we're going to be good. Here he is. Let's send her come by. Come by. There you are. Right out the correct hole. And push her to that back right corner. All the way around obstacle number 4. You know, he's got a good time going. He's only at 2 minutes and 15 seconds, and he's on his way. So he gets him to the vet or into the pen and the sort. He's going to have a nice run. Now, just let the cattle think for a minute. Don't let them push it, or don't push them. Don't get them all excited. Just direct where you want them to go. Direct this little brockle face back where she needs to go. The other ones are just kind of standing there waiting for her. Get her around before, there you are. That was perfect. That was perfect. Send her around again. Good. He's got a great run going. He's at 3 minutes and he's opening the gate. Good job. Almost run over Roxy there. Moved the panels a little bit. But we're good. 3:19. These times are getting a little faster. Good job, Shane and Roxy. Thanks again to our sponsors, Next Level Dog Food. They've got a little booth out here with some free samples. Go talk to Sharby. She'll be around the booth probably tomorrow. I didn't see her there today. If you have any questions about dog nutrition, animal nutrition, she's one of the gals to talk to. Okay, it looks like they've got that arena exit. Here comes Stockton White and his dog Bug. This is Steve White's oldest boy. Stephanie, is Stockton 15 yet, or is he still 14? He's been 14 for a while, I thought. Okay. Legally? Yeah.
But I don't know it's different, so he might have.
No. Well, I know he drives around a ranch all the time, but yeah. Yeah. Stockton's a good hand with the dog. You can go around and pick them up. He's probably already got these cattle identified. He's got a black-white face, he's got kind of a gray-white face, and he's got a black one. Oh, let's see what he does. Missed his fetch, so he's got to go back there and turn him around. come back through the fetch again. He's got the little brown one, the gray one, just, he's got a mind of his own. He's going to trot off. He's in the corner now. And everybody else is following him. So we want to control that one and get him in the middle of the other ones. Okay, we got that one through, and all the other two should just follow. Direct to front, push to back. That one gray one just really doesn't want to play. That's your troublemaker right there. Try to get them all together and work as a group. Now, one thing, if you've noticed, I noticed on Stockton, I noticed on a bunch of other handlers, and I tend to do the same thing. Look at Stockton next time he comes into view. See, he's got his hands in his pocket. You're going to see a lot of guys doing that. And years ago, I started seeing Stockton's dad, Steve, do that. And I said, well, why do you do that? Why are you walking around with your hands in your pocket? He said, it keeps me calmer. Keeps me from shaking my hands and jumping up and down. And it just makes me remember that I have to stay calm to keep these cattle calm, keep my dog calm. And I said, well, that makes a lot of sense. So, sometimes you take him out. Now he's trying to block those cattle, but he puts his hands back in his pockets because he knows, oh, come on. Stockton's had a couple good runs today, but I think he's been frustrated with his draws. He's gotten draws like this that they just didn't quite cooperate. And he's a much better handler than this really shows. He knows what he's doing. There he is. For a 15-year-old boy, he's top of the line. Now, Stockton also is working here this week, I don't know all his jobs, but I know he's setting stock and doing different things that to help make this thing run, just like everybody else is. So. Always one. Well, that was Stockton and Bug, and didn't have the best luck in the world, didn't have the best draw, but he's going to go back and regroup, and I don't think too much bothers this young man. So he'll be back on Wednesday to try it again. He'll do good. Okay, next up, we've got Trevor and Shep, Zach and May, Kylie and Dolly, Jennifer and Whiskey. 4 more, and we're home. I'll have to give my electric blanket back. Okay. It's supposed to be colder tomorrow. Whew. Okay, 4 more runs to go. Our horseback crew got that arena cleared out. Cattle are out, going back to the pens. They're going to be turned out on the grass again here very shortly. And we've got Trevor and Shep. Trevor's from Ronan, Montana. The big, strong dogs. Waved for his cattle. Got Shep set up to go on and away. He takes off. I like those dogs that take off and hit the fence, come all the way behind them. I'd like to see him come just a little bit more. There he goes. Picks up that last cow. Now he's just going to direct the front cow. Direct the front cow. Whoop, come on, keep directing. Direct. Yep. Okay. Now push the back cow. We're at the tail end of the intermediate cattle class. Round number 1 is almost a wrap. The open finished a little bit ago, and so did the sheep, but they started a little bit earlier than this arena did. We stagger those so to make it easier for everybody to get around. Okay, we're through the fetch. And this obstacle number 2 has been the make or break. The other ones seem to be pretty easy to navigate. This one, for some reason, has been the difficult one. We got this red baldy going in there. Of course, we got the black one headed in a different direction. Shep's got to go around and bring them back. Hopefully she'll follow. Come on, get in there. Nope. And she's going to go in the wrong pen, so now everything has to come out. And they're going to try it again. So Trevor steps over to the other side, kind of swaps places with Shep. And I say, this is a team, and you got to hit the reset button several times sometimes. This old cow's having a ball. Okay, we got the 2 red ones in the pen. Maybe that red one that went out will lead the black one in. No, that black one just doesn't want to go. You know, Trevor's just not getting Shep around quick enough to keep her from. She's trained herself to kind of walk up that panel rather than bend in. So let's see what happens. There he goes. This is so frustrating when you're out there. That, you know, there's no reason. Why aren't you going in? Now she went in the wrong way, so now everybody has to come out of the pen. Now you got to start all over again. Like I say, everybody's going to go back to camp. They'll all talk about it, you know, and try to figure out what went wrong and what went good and how to correct the things that went wrong. You know, a lot of these guys and gals, they've got, you know, spouses, boyfriends, girlfriends, friends that are videoing their runs. They'll take them back to camp and they'll critique those and get some help. And, you know, people that are helping, that are, you know, more knowledgeable than some of us, and give us some pointers, tell us we were standing in the wrong place, you know, we should have sent our dog sooner, you know, we should have moved over here. There is a way to get this done. It's just sometimes we don't see it all.
Weather.org says 30 plus 5 to 10 mile an hour. On this table we have 26.
You know, when things aren't going right out there, you're just thinking to yourself, God, when that buzzer is going to go off? It just seems like a lifetime. But when it's going good, but not real fast, all of a sudden the buzzer goes off and you thought, shoot, I thought I was doing really good. But it's all fun, and we, like I say, we just try to keep getting better. So fortunately, there's people out there that are better than us and that are willing to help. And, you know, they give us a few pointers here and there. They give us 2 or 3, and maybe we can retain 1 or 2 of them. And then the next day we'll get a little better at one thing, and they'll have to give us another pointer, and we'll get a little bit better. And it's just a constant, it's a constant progression of trying to get better. Learn a little bit at a time from the people that are around us, you know, that help. So that's what makes the family. Well, there's time for Trevor and Shep. They'll go back and regroup, and they'll be back on Wednesday and hopefully draw a little bit better set of cattle. Can't say enough about our sponsors. Nutrena, your best friends deserve the best. You know, we're here in the Loyal Life Arena, or we're in the True Arena. Loyal Life Arena is the one right in front of me, but they're all done, and we're commentating on the True Arena. And then tomorrow, this intermediate class will be in the, Wednesday, it'll be in the upper arena, the main arena with the grandstand, so there'll be a few more people watching. That always puts a little bit of pressure on. And like I say, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing the Purina, the Nutrena reps. I said that last year once and I got slapped for it. See the Nutrena reps again and have an opportunity to sit with them a little bit and, you know, ask them questions about nutrition and dog health and things like that, and pick their brain. They've all got a wealth of information. So if you guys are around here and you want to head towards their booth or catch them walking around up in the stands, you know, they're more than happy to talk to you. Okay, we're going in now with Zach Brady and SBS May from Blackfoot, Idaho. I think they just had a trial up there, and I think Zach just put a trial on up there in Blackfoot not too long ago. And okay, so he's getting May ready. Getting his position ready, her position, trying to set her up so she's going to go on the away side. He wants to get her over here where she's looking, and when he sends her, he wants her to go all the way to the fence line. So he's got her kind of looking in that direction. There she goes. She's kind of cut in a little bit. We like to see those dogs take a little bit wider outrun so they don't influence the cattle quite so much. Come in behind them and kind of pick them up. Lift them, as they call it in the sheep world, lift them, and then move them forward. So big wide outrun, they don't even hear you coming. May's one of these dogs. She looks like she's got a lot of heart in her, and she's got a lot of speed. You can see that speed. She seems to work in a little bit tighter than some of the other dogs. But let's see how that works for her. If she can control them, we're good. Control the front one, push the back one. Okay, we're through obstacle number 1 in 1 minute. Headed to number 2. We've got that one black one out front that just doesn't really want to settle down and play. And she's a black heifer, so you got a black heifer, a black steer, and a black white face. So you can identify all 3 of them. Well, let's see if that, just for the heck of it, let's see if that black heifer continues to be the kind of problem. There she goes, tail in the air. That's not going to make the run go good. And every once in a while we get one like that. I don't know that May did anything to create that problem. She came out and she had her tail up and her head up right from the get-go. That one just does not want to settle down. The other 2 are kind of standing around. You got the other black steer. You got a black steer, and you got a black white face. Now he's got all 3 of them in there. Finally, that black heifer settled down, but she's out in front again, leading. So that's one thing I'm starting to work on now. I think I'm getting to the point where I have enough brain power to start identifying these cattle when they come out. I don't know that I'm going to be good at it real quick, but I think I can start doing it so I can become better. I think it's an important thing. A good friend of mine told me that, if you're listening there, Brian. Okay. Okie dokie. So tomorrow, in this lower arena, the Neutrino Loyal arena, they'll start off in the morning, they'll do the novice cattle arena. That'll be novice cattle all day. In the upper arena, we're going to start off with the nursery cattle first, and then after that, we will have the horseback old-timers class, so that'll be in the afternoon. And then we will have the open cattle in the field, which we didn't do any field work today. You know, Zach's got them all into the pen. And now let's see the thing. And then we'll have the intermediate sheep up first in the sheep arena. So that's tomorrow's schedule. You know, you can kind of get the sense of how difficult this sort is, the way this thing is set up, trying to get it done. Now he's got to kind of hustle back. He's got one that looks like but the other one's right on his hip. So you got to work with your dog. One blows out the back, two blows out the back, all three of them are gone. Game over. So when that happens, if you have enough time, you can shut that gate. That gate has to be shut and latched. Reload them, and then start your time again. Zach and May are pretty much out of time. They got another 10 seconds to go, and then we're on to the next one. So they're just going to finish it out, get them in the pen hopefully again, and it'll be easy to exhaust. There's the buzzer. Okay, now we've got Kylie Emery and Dolly from Elgin, Oregon, and then Jennifer Smith and MISR Whiskey Girl from Grace, Idaho. So we've got two more to go, and then it's a wrap. Hopefully I'll be able to get back inside before it gets any colder or starts raining like it looks like it could. So Nutrena has a program where you earn points for feeding all your animals Nutrena food. So look up, you can sign up at plaidperks.com. So great nutrition from Nutrena. Okay, as soon as they get these last cattle out of the arena, they're having a little difficulty with them. We'll have Kylie Emery and Dolly from Elgin, Oregon. She's standing at the gate ready to go. Looks like Kevin and the boys and girls have gotten them out, or getting them out. And Kylie's ready to come in. Got her hand on the gate, and we're ready to start. Second to the last run. Okay, Kylie waves for her cattle. Sends Dolly away. I like that. She hits the fence. Nice and wide all the way around. What a nice outrun. Cattle are grouped together, staying calm. That's what we like to see. This is all supposed to be low stress. Low stress on the cattle. Just walking like they should. Nice one. She's 30 seconds going through the fetch. So it looks like Kylie might have a black steer, a black heifer, and a little one with a brockle face. So she can identify those. See which one's her troublemaker. See which one's the leader. Okay, so they went in the wrong opening there. She's got to bring them out. She can either bring them out any hole or turn them around. She's just going to bring them out. Now she can turn them around. Once they're all out, turn them around, bring them right back in that one opening. Oh, that was nice. Uh-oh. Old Dolly left her post just at the wrong time, and that one skirted around the outside. So, I don't know if she might just go on with it. I don't know where Dolly is. Oh, there's Dolly. Okay. Okay, so it looks like she might be bringing them back to redo that second obstacle so she can get full points on it. One cow skirted around the outside, so she'll drop 15 points, and you can't win unless you got a full score. So you can always make up a little bit of time on the last two runs, but you probably can't make up any points, you know. She's got them all gathered up together. They're working nice and quiet. She's got Dolly kind of quiet where she's not causing her problems. She's going to bring them around and block the hole. Hopefully. Yeah, there she did. Come on back, Dolly. You're good. Okay, she's full points on obstacle number 2. She's headed to obstacle number 3. Got them directed. Goes around and bends them very nicely. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I thought she had them. She just didn't go quite far enough to get those ones bent. So she's got to bring them back around and redo this obstacle.
Maybe it's the people. Maybe it's the handlers.
You know what? Once a cow does that, they kind of train themselves. She's trained herself to go out there, and it's going to take a little bit more pressure to get her turned or him turned. Got about a minute and a half left on her run. Looks like she might be just headed for the sort pin. She went through obstacle number 4. So she'll take that lower score. Now she's got them moving pretty good. Just nice, together, easy. In the sort pin, she'll finish. She'll be down a couple points. And okay, she's got one quick. I think she's going to run out of time before she gets the other 2 out, but yep. And the sort, you either get all it done or you get no points. So she's down those points and the points that she missed on obstacle number 3. But she'll come back tomorrow, or Wednesday rather, and do it again. Look at a big smile. She's happy. You know, I hate to say this, but I'm starting to feel some raindrops, boys. What do you think? I'm seeing raindrops. Okay, they saved the best for last. Here comes Jennifer Smith with the MISR Whiskey. Girl, there we go. Come on, Whiskey. Jennifer just flew in last night. I talked to her husband, Jason. Picked her up at Salt Lake at the airport. She come in from Dallas-Fort Worth. She was down there judging the RSNC World Finals down there that she does all the time. And she's here today, so last dog. Let's see what happens. Hope she got a good night's sleep. Whoop. All right, well, we stuffed that one back through, so all we got to do is get them all back through it again. But she's having a little trouble. They're running in different directions, and that's never a good thing for us. Got 1 through. 2 and 3 come through, so we're at a little bit over a minute on our fetch, and we're headed to obstacle number 2. Let's see how that works out. Hope it'll be good. Nice job, Jennifer and Whiskey. Holy cow. That's the best I've seen that obstacle work. And we get to obstacle number 3. Okay, she's got them lined out to obstacle number 3. If Whiskey can get around there and turn them. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah, nice work. Going to obstacle number 4 up in the corner. Got 2 of them going. Got to come back and push the back one, direct the front one. Pushed it back when, boy, she picked up a good run here.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy Tuesday.
Okay, they're skirted around the back side of the pin. Jennifer's going to try to turn them backwards, and hopefully Whiskey will be able to bend them into the pin. Yeah, we're not done yet. We got a chance here. They're in. Come on, Jennifer, sort cattle. Let's go. Just a step. This is where the timing comes into play. Just a step. There you go. Now she's got it. She's going to have a nice run. She's going to get full score if she don't back these out. Yeah, she's got it done. She's got it. Uh-oh. Oh, she saved the day. Saved the day. Yep, she got her done. Good job, Jennifer. Yeah, we'll see y'all tomorrow. It's raining here in Afton.